And welcome back. This is Pixels and Pints' 5th birthday spectacular. Tonight, this afternoon, whatever time of day it is, who knows? I don't. We've got Dan.
Hi. I'm typing a message. Sorry. He's
typing a message. He's a very sociable guy.
One of my friends did random interrupt. Oh, it's not going to come up. He's just he's harvested his hops that he's growing in his backyard.
I was going to say it looked like you were just showing us a photo of someone's weed.
Yeah, no, it's a big bowl of hop cones.
Close enough.
Yep.
Yeah. And we have, of course, Pete.
Howdy.
Very enthusiastic there as always.
Well, he's just discovered that he's got a 15-point-something% beer in front of him, and he's like
kicking things off with a bang.
This is going to end badly. And I'm thinking, this is going to end badly.
She'll be right. Have faith. So we're obviously going to be talking about a whole bunch of pop culture stuff. We've got some lovely Australian craft beers to drink. This is our 5th birthday spectacular, so we will have scattered throughout this lovely recording some interviews with some of our long-term fan supporters as some very special guests, which we're very, very happy to have on. So big welcome to those guys. And yeah, let's fucking get into it, eh?
Let's get into it. I think we've got so we're catching up with five long-term fans and supporters of the show.
Depending.
It's perfect. No, it's 5. It's 5 because it's our 5th birthday. And it's kind of a continuation of the last episode, which was also a celebration of the 5th birthday, because it's kind of February is our 5th birthday. So we did the episode last ep with Ben from Bar 89. So I think we will throw to our mates, Ben and James first, and then we'll catch up with Alistair, who's been on the show before as well. So in fact, all 3 of them have been on the show before. And then we'll go and have a break. Well, so thank you for joining us, James and Ben, long-time fans of the show, long-time supporters of the show, and obviously we're doing our birthday celebration episode, so...
Birthday bonanza.
I'm just involved.
And you're cutting in and out for a second there, mate.
No, love the show. Love it. Always loved it.
Yeah, so as part of our birthday series, we're talking to a bunch of our longtime fans, and you guys have been on a couple of times. Ben, you've probably been on more recently. I think, James, the last time you were on the podcast, we were probably called Bounty Hunter Banter, to be honest.
I think so. I think the last time you were still out at, Stannis. It was out at your...
It was at the ponds, mate.
The ponds.
The ponds. It's not quite
down in the swamp. Down this swamp.
That's right. Well, the cars are less than 10 years old.
Yeah.
They're 9. So, thank you for joining us for this very special episode. So, what do you guys want to talk about? You've got the floor.
Well, when we first talked, we haven't watched the season finale of Boba Fett, but we can talk about the first 6 episodes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah,
there's 4 episodes of Boba Fett and then Mandalorian season 3.
Openers, yeah.
Yeah, I think I made the comment to you guys on chat that I liked that my favorite Boba Fett episode was the Mandalorian episode, and then they went on to do a second one, and it's not saying good things about the show.
See, I disagree. I've been seeing all this. I'm a big fan of it. Like, Star Wars is a big universe, and I'm more for it to be interconnected.
Yeah.
I don't
mind it being interconnected, but it's a 7-episode run, and 2 of those episodes were completely dedicated to something that was... That's not connectivity. That's abandon ship, do something different.
Yeah, look, I've loved it so far. I thought each episode has got better.
Yeah, definitely.
But it does seem a bit strange that the last 2 episodes, Boba Fett hasn't even... One of them, I think, he wasn't even in, and the second one, he was in
for 2 seconds at the end.
Like 2 seconds.
Yeah, and he did the exact same thing he did in Return of the Jedi, and just did his simple nod, and then that was it. It was like, that was pure Boba Fett. That's what the fans have needed.
I did love episode 4 when he gets his slave 1 back. That was awesome.
Yeah,
and he goes and blows up the Sarlacc.
And the Rancor and all the rest. But I think it was you today that said, Ben, they've got a lot to wrap. in the season finale.
I thought
one
there
episode.
were 2 episodes to go, and then I saw on social media today it was the finale. I'm like, oh, I don't know how you're wrapping all this up, but
unless it ends up being an hour and a half long or something, like
yeah, maybe
like a double episode.
Movie length finale.
I haven't watched it, but from what you guys are talking about, it doesn't feel like it's changed the way they did a midway sort of 90-degree, or is it sort of still flowing through? Or
it's flowing. I don't think I think they made a choice to do it this way. It wasn't a response to COVID or anything crazy like that.
Yeah,
it's not like someone broke a leg and they had to fucking fill in for a couple of weeks.
It does feel connected. Like it doesn't.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like, oh, this we've realized that the first 4 episodes were garbage and we're going in our own direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
and to me,
strange that like Boba Fett basically hasn't been in his own show for 2 episodes.
and it doesn't sound like a lot until you realize it's a third of
the
episodes they've put out. Right? So, and look, I understood doing 1 episode. I thought that was really cool and different. It was unexpected. Do 1 episode. Okay, now you've tied the Mandalorian in, or you've caught us up on what he's been up to. He's got his new quest. We know what Mando Season 3 is going to be about. He's going to go visit Grogu, and then he's going to go have to visit the pools of underneath Mandalore so that he can, I don't know, repent for taking off his helmet and polishing his helmet. I didn't really understand
or reclaim Mandalore, one of the two.
Or one of the two, now that he's got the Darksaber. But and then Boba Fett puts out the request for muscle. That would have been 1 episode, and it would have been a neat connection to bring Mando into Boba Fett for the next episode.
Yeah.
But instead, they then spent the next episode focusing on Mando going to visit Grogu and Luke Skywalker. Like, I didn't get why that needed to be in the Boba Fett show. That should have been episode 1 of the Mando Season 3, and it would have been a mad fucking hook for the season.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I feel like they've fallen in love with their deep fake Luke technology, and
it's not deep fake.
Whatever it is.
No, they hired the guy who did a better deep fake than they did.
Yeah.
Which I think is great.
I don't think they did.
They did. They hired him. I remember we talked about on the podcast.
Because Corridor Digital did the better deep fake.
Yeah, and Lucasfilm
did they hire him?
They hired him. Yeah, they put it was the heartwarming story of Mando Season 2 that the guy came out and was like, I can do a better Luke Skywalker than that. And they're like, do you want some money? Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure I read an article about this latest episode that it still wasn't deep fake tech. Anyway.
No, but I think he helped them polish it up so it looked more lifelike, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Still think it's a polished turd, but all right. Deep fake does a better job. I mean, Corridor Digital proved it on Instagram, so they should have just abandoned it and given him the fucking reins. Anyway. I'm enjoying the series. I hope it wraps strong.
Yeah.
But I've been underwhelmed in comparison to Mando.
Oh yeah, I definitely prefer Mando, but this is still cool. The only thing I kind of don't like is like Boba Fett did seem to have like this aura about him. You know, you really didn't know much about him, and now it's a bit
soft, to be honest.
Yeah, so we're kind of finding all that stuff out. And so that part's a bit like, it's not annoying, but it's kind of similar to what they did with the prequels, really, when they delved into Darth Vader. Finding out that whiny slave on Tatooine kind of ruined Darth Vader a little bit.
It's just not fair.
Yeah, you're an angel.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, look, they were always going to... You can't do a Boba Fett show without dispelling the myth behind the man, right? So they were always going to do that. But I just wish they made him a little cooler. He's got a cool history, so they've been telling the whole story from 2 perspectives, the past and the present. Yeah. And the past Boba is a fucking badass, and I lap up every second he's on screen. The present Boba, I don't get it.
It's the world... No, I get it. It's the world weary, tired of doing other people's shit. He wants to do his own stuff.
But he's not doing his own shit. He's not sorting out his own problems. He's taken over as major domo, and he's done fuck all. If you went from being a bounty hunter paid to go kill people, you wouldn't know how to run a criminal empire straight off the bat. You'd have to... that's what he's doing. He's building his empire. I tell you what, Tom.
Subcontracted.
You're right, but I would definitely not go and hire muscle and go out looking for muscle and hire the first bunch of pansies with Vespa bikes I can find. Sorry.
Actually, I bet you would, actually. You love a Vespa, Peter. You would go hire the Power Rangers and get their little Vespas, all color coordinated.
No, what you need is some
you
Line Force Voltron.
Cruise around the area.
Get some Line Force Voltron. Now we're talking.
After the first two episodes, I think that would be like it would almost be like a Memento kind of thing where the past and the future would kind of line up at some stage, and that didn't end up happening. Well, maybe it will happen in this episode, but it hasn't happened yet, and I thought that would have been a really cool way to do it. How
long's the episode tonight? Tonight's the final episode, isn't it?
Not sure.
They don't tell you until it's out. You don't really find out. They don't put it up beforehand. But they're averaging 40 to an hour, somewhere in that kind of.
Yeah.
Some have been a bit shorter, some have been a bit longer. I did think the only thing I thought was I really enjoyed the scene with Slave One and going to the pit, the Sarlacc. But the whole time you're just like, oh, you're just you know what's going to happen. It was set up from the beginning. It's like, why are you being so stupid? You've just got your ship back and you're going to go attack the thing with giant tentacles that's going to eat you alive. But then we got the noise. We got the seismic charge noise. Everyone cheered and everyone danced. People threw money into the streets. Everyone was happy. But yeah, I think that was just it was one of those moments where it was just looking, why are you doing? Come on, be smart.
It was, I agree. It was unnecessary.
Yeah. I did say to Dan though, we were chatting about it because we couldn't wait for. I think Pete was behind
to watch it. Yep.
We were waiting for him to catch up on an episode, but it really is just now. It's Mando's world and Boba's in it.
Yes.
That's really like the whole all three series. It just feels like that.
Yeah. I was the other day. I'm reading War of the Bounty Hunters. It's a
great series.
It's really good. I like it. And whenever Boba Fett's there and he talks, I hear his voice as the Mando's voice now, which really great. Like Boba, it's almost like the Mando has kind of replaced him as he's the guy in the Mandalorian army now.
Yeah, in your head sort of thing as you're reading. Yeah.
No, I mean I agree with that. He's the Mando bounty hunter now. Like he's taken that reign off Boba.
He has. Definitely has.
So I can definitely see that.
It's just going to be interesting to see what else they do in the connected world that they've built.
Because there's shows coming out.
Yeah, I don't know how connected they're all going to be, though. In a direct way.
Ahsoka. So you'd imagine that would be connected if she's hanging out with Luke.
Well, yes, but it could also tell the story of what happened to Ahsoka after Clone Wars and all the cartoons.
She's going to go after Thrawn. She's going to go find Grand Admiral Thrawn. It's all going to be connected to Rebels.
Yeah. So and where does Luke fit into Rebels?
I can't remember him. He doesn't really feature at all. But she kind of said that in that episode that she was gonna. She's like, I'm not staying. Like I'm just popping in. Like I'm just connecting you guys up, kind of thing.
Yeah, it could tell the bridging story and finish where we just saw, or it could start from that point and move forward in time. We don't really know. And then I think they're doing a some sort of Mandalore series. I think they've talked about. They've got
the Andor, the Rebel Spy series.
Andor's coming, and that got renewed for season 2 today. So
yeah, I was about to say. Yeah.
Must be right.
And then of course we've got what's his name, Obi-Wan Kenobi, coming very. Is that soon?
Yeah, that's coming out soon, isn't
they
it?
They reckon it's May.
Yeah,
some Disney exec tweeted can't wait to see this in May, and then it got
that's right, and he got
taken
in trouble
down very quickly. Yeah,
that's right.
Someone's in trouble.
See, stuff like that happens. I'm like, are people really that dumb? Or
it's
all staged.
It's called it's called plausible
there's no such
deniability,
thing as
mate.
bad publicity,
it's dangling the bait. Come on, fanboys, bite.
That's exactly right.
Come on, get into this.
I do believe that sometimes guys like Ruffalo and Tom Holland, they spill more beans than they're meant to. But every all the other stuff, I feel like it's planned.
Yeah, definitely.
It's got to be in this day and age with everyone with all of their golden parachutes and contracts and all that. They're 100% aware of what they're doing and what they can't do, kind of thing.
Yeah,
most definitely. Before we move on to what James has been doing in the pop culture world or watching, since obviously not
Dora
Star
the
Wars
Explorer?
is part of the answer. Who's drinking beer tonight?
I am, and I am glad it's hot. I mean, not glad because I am locked
The
in my
beer
little
or the
study.
weather?
The weather.
Okay.
Not glad
just
because I'm
checking.
locked in my study, like yourself, and it's a little bit warm. But I've got a Grifter. I have a watermelon pilsner, and I tell you what, it's going down a treat.
Ooh, very nice. The old
Waterm-
Serpent's kiss.
Watermelon.
Pilsner. And mate,
Pilsner.
it is brilliant. On a day like this, it's
Absolutely
yeah.
cracking beer.
4.9%, and it delivers a light, crisp pilsner brewed with real watermelon, refreshing twist and an old classic. And yeah, to quote old Pete, it's a lawnmower beer.
It's actually Tom that says that.
Oh, is it
I don't
Tom?
have a lawn.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
no.
No, Pete, you used to say that, and then I've said it's. I
Or maybe
can't
it
remember.
was
It's a
Chris.
dog walking beer.
It definitely
It's,
definitely wasn't
it's
me.
doing a
Yeah,
handstand beer. It's getting up on the roof and cleaning the gutters kind of beer.
Doing a handstand beer.
Yeah,
That's
you don't do a handstand beer?
Physics-defying fucking beer.
No, you drink it through a straw.
Keep talking, mate. You'll be drinking everything through a straw. What are you drinking, Tom?
Ooh, Peter's feisty tonight. I am massively sleep deprived. I got off a plane from the US this morning.
It's only
Somehow
a quick
still
flight,
have-
mate. It's just a skip across a pond, isn't it?
Somehow I've still also managed to dodge COVID. I'm still negative somehow, but
Direct
that's my secret.
long-
That's my secret, Captain. I'm always negative. I'm having something also light and nice. I've got the other side from WA. They're Nelson Saison. So they're using some NZ hops in this. A classic kind of French farmhouse style beer. It's not overly saison-y, which I was always worried about because I find those beers a bit polarizing. I either kind of really like them or I absolutely fucking hate them. But this one's on the I kind of like it side. Bit of white wine, like kind of characteristics in there. Comes in at 5.6%. But
Cool.
yeah, it's nice and it's perfect for weather like today.
And how many
30 degree
pixels
day.
out of how many pints?
17 sphinctors out of your mother. No, I'd 100%.
My mum
give it-
listens to this show. Thank you, Tom.
I'm sorry, Pete's mum. I overreacted. I'm going to blame the sleep deprivation. No. I think it's a good rating system. Thank you very much. I was very offended by that.
We adopted it. We were making fun of it
Yeah.
while adopting this idea that you've been pushing.
It's a solid 4 pixels out of 5 pints. Thanks, Chef.
Cool.
Thank you, Chef.
James, did you have an opinion on yours, mate? Out of 5?
Look, I'd definitely say definitely 4 pixels out of 5 pints. It's it delivers exactly what it is, and it's
Such
just
a good system.
it rolls off the tongue too.
I'm a marketing genius, Peter. I'm a peacock. You got to let me fly.
Yeah. You
Peacock's
do
so
remind
fun.
me of the guy from The Witcher. Ben, I'm assuming you're not drinking
was the
beer at
other
the
guy,
moment, mate.
sure.
I'm drinking tap water.
Tap water.
I give it 1.
Is it filtered?
Technically,
What?
0 pints.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my beer for this evening is the Sheer Liquid Wonderment from
It's
Mountain
got a very
Culture.
pink hue, is what I'm picking up when you're
Yeah,
when you're drinking it.
pink. James, as we discovered before the show, whilst the recording we've confirmed is fine, in everyone else's screen, you're black and white with a dash of like pink, like corruption in the middle. So I don't know. You can talk about anything that you can see on the screen.
Like
You're
when
coming
you,
in
There's a
you're
soft
coming in
saxophone in
your
the
full
background
colour of
as the
spectrum.
rain falls on the window.
when you put a can of beer up in front of the camera, I couldn't tell. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
Pixelated.
It's not for you guys. It's for the fans watching at home. All right.
Okay.
Even though the whole point of this episode is the fans watching at home are now on the show. The peasants are revolting. And now they're upset.
Just give them cake.
So this is a 6.9% NEPA from Mountain Culture. I'm a New England IPA and I don't care because I'm the beer that CBC fans love to share. Oh, guys. It's lusciously smooth and packed with fruity flavors too because I got a Necatron and Mosaic in this brew. Look around at this magic in a can. You can touch it and give the QR a scan. It used to be that such brews were hard to obtain, but now I'm the beer style that can be tamed. That can't be tamed. Come on, everybody, and grab this beer and say heck yeah to a new year. So obviously packaged in the last 4 to 6 weeks. 4th of the 1st. Wowzers, that's a freshie. It's just over a month old. And it's spectacular. I mean, Mountain Culture, they're the king of fucking NEPA at the moment in Australia, so... That's a solid 4.5 because it's not sour. I mean, you lose half a point for not being sour.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I will have to actually. I'm going to say it on the podcast. I thought you guys might appreciate this. A big thank you to the gentleman at the customs this morning, who when I
for checking your
declared
prostate for cancer.
Well, I wish. When I declared,
I
that
swear
I had
there is contraband. Just look again.
I declared I had a case of beer I'd brought back from a brewery in America. I got a mixed case while I was over there, and so it's about 10 liters of beer. You're only allowed to bring in 2.25 liters of alcohol.
So you knew you'd have to pay the excise tax on it.
Yeah, and so when I went I was like, yeah, mate, I'm declaring I got a case of beer. He's like, oh, what kind of beer? I was like, oh, it's a mixed case, man. There's like one of each can.
What sort of question is what kind of beer? Like, are you a connoisseur?
He was no. Well, that's the thing. He was hoping that it was just one ABV, so he could go like, oh, okay, this is what it is, and he just goes, oh, I can't be bothered figuring out the excise on that. Just go through, mate. It'll be fine. I was like, thank you, sir.
Champion. Whereas I got asked what gang-related tattoos I was covered in when I went through customs in the US. That was a fun fucking day. Why are you sweating, bro? I don't know, because it's 45 degrees in Sydney, and then I got off the plane and it's fucking cold. No, it was the other way around. I can't remember. No, it was freezing. It was winter in Australia, and it was freezing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Get on a
Vegas
plane
in summer, and you were sweating bullets.
And I had my jacket over my arm because I'd just taken it off because the plane's cold as well. He's like, "Why are you sweating? Is it you've got something to hide?" And I'm like, "No." What's that? What's the shirt about? That's the Flash. It's the cartoon.
They're big in Vegas, Pete.
What are the
my
tattoos?
lightning bolt gang sign.
Yeah, right. And then he says, "What do the tattoos mean?" And I'm like, I mean, obviously, I can't show anyone on the podcast screen, but I'm covered in like fine art from Greek mythology. It's not like it's it's not a anyway. It can't possibly
Zeus gang then.
Tied back to the Illuminati.
Not the
That's
Flash
right.
gang. Yeah.
I'm the bitch from Hades, yo.
My wife always makes fun of me when I go through customs because I lay on the Aussie accent a little bit more than I normally would.
Oh, definitely, 100%.
So I'll go through and
how are you, mate? You got any fucking stubbies?
G'day, mate. How you going?
Like, oh, here comes another one.
Do you know where I can get some Winnie Blues?
Got anything to declare? Yep. Got some Tim Tams. What's a Tim Tam?
Got myself a knife.
Yeah. I lay it on thick, and it always works. They just send me right through.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got the third degree. Anyway, every other time, once you've gone there once you've gotten through customs in the US once, as an Aussie, you'll always get through 10 times faster the second time onwards. Because once they've fingerprinted you and taken a sperm sample and done all the other shit they do to us all, right? They did it to us all, right?
Oh, is that what they were doing? Thought I was getting special treatment.
So, James, what have you been into, mate? Other than looking after your daughter, who's now, 3? I still haven't met her?
I know, it's been great.
There's a reason for that. You scare children.
No, it's movies have been off the cards for a little while. She's a high energy little child, that one. So it's unless they change the laws around leaving them at home or leaving them in your car, it's sort of something that's a bit frowned upon, right?
Well, I didn't ask you what you've been winning at fucking Texas Hold'em at the casino. What have you been watching on television at home?
Oh, mate, that's just down at the local pub, right?
You go to the Winstow, mate, and the old woolshed, and all the kids can play. It's like a creche in the fucking car park.
Is that why they've got the car park fenced off? No, I've been looking at focusing on more the TV shows. I scored 3 months of Apple TV for free because I was a privileged LG TV owner. So
I thought that was going in a different direction, but cool.
No,
Yep.
no,
Good.
So I caught up on a few shows from there. Ted Lasso, the Morning Wars or whatever that
I really enjoyed the Morning Wars.
Yeah, it's good. We're up on season 2 with me and the missus. Ted Lasso, we couldn't get enough of that. We're like,
yeah, that was a fantastic show.
that was absolutely
Far too
brilliant.
wholesome. How dare he be
Oh,
such a nice
Never
person.
seen it.
Honestly,
Everybody raves about it.
it's worth a watch, right?
Very easy watching too. Yeah.
And then there was another little off the beaten track, Acapulco.
Speaking of beating, Benny, what are you doing, mate?
I was wondering that too. It's just bobbing around.
Your camera's kind of
on my phone. I'm holding my camera. I'm holding my phone.
Ben's on a roller coaster.
Sorry.
Uh,
Sorry to cut
get
you
your
off
mind
there,
out of
it.
James. It was just...
No, okay.
I'm just
Because as soon
getting a
as
bit
you said it,
seasick.
I started nodding. I started seeing it because he's on the right side, and I just started seeing him bobbing. I'm going, what is he doing? And yeah, just another little show, Acapulco, or something like that. It's like a Mexican-based one, which was pretty good. And I'm just on the last couple of episodes of C, which is on Apple
I still
TV
haven't.
as well.
Well, I still haven't finished that.
Oh, that's
They're
the
up to
Jason
season
Momoa
2.
one?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the world. They don't go into why, but the world's lost. Everyone in the world's lost its sight, and then it's decades. I think actually probably even longer. I think it might.
Yeah,
be
I think it's 3 or 4 generations at least.
A century or so later.
I want my villain in the next Fast and the Furious film.
Sorry, Ben. What was the start?
Momoa might be the villain in the next Fast and the Furious.
Oh, that'll be
yeah.
one of the only films I haven't seen him in ever.
I tried to watch Fast and Furious 9 on the plane this morning because we had 2 hours left, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to watch that." I've missed a few. I remember they were just street racing, and now they're a covert Black Ops team. I was confused.
They deviated.
Got through
a
the
long
magnet
way.
scene driving in London. They were driving past and using a giant magnet in the back of a truck.
Yep.
Why that didn't crush the truck, I have no idea. I stopped. I just put it down and went back to sleep.
Doesn't pass the Bill Nye test. It's not for Tom.
Someone said to me the other day, like, you think about this series when it first started, and the first movie, they're just a bunch of guys stealing DVD players. And
they're literally the anti to the old anti-piracy ad. You wouldn't steal a DVD player. You wouldn't steal a car. Dom Toretto would.
And
though.
now they're like secret agents. And you're just like, how did you get
weird.
from here
Mate,
from there to here?
Piracy's a gateway crime.
You just see that the fucking someone stuck in Sing Sing or the gulag being fucking tortured. It's like I started with DVDs. It just kind of worked my. I don't know how I got here.
And now I'm just dangling from 100-story buildings and coming in Mission Impossible style.
Yeah.
And John Cena's in it now. I don't know. It was very
Yeah. The
John
Rock
Cena
was in
as
it for a
Diesel's
while.
brother, who doesn't show up until the 9th movie.
Yeah.
When Vin Diesel's all about the family.
Well,
Oh man, he fucking lays that on thick, doesn't he? Oh, I think I got about. It would have been about an hour and a half into the. I think it was slightly over 2-hour movie, and I had run out of fingers and toes to count the number of times I heard the word family. It was.
But even the
insane.
first. But if you go all the way back to the first movie, which I assume we've all seen, because it's hit and miss if you poll people on from about the 3rd, 4th movie onwards as to whether or not people have seen it, but everyone's seen it first. And that was all about family too. The whole point of a lot of the drama that unfolds in that first movie is Vin Diesel's character feeling like that
protecting
family
his sister
connection
from
with...
the dude,
yeah, exactly. But now there's suddenly a long-lost brother that's never even been mentioned?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Mate, we're all
confusing.
family.
Anyway, it was
we're all
confusing.
brothers and sisters.
That's just cray-cray.
Yeah.
Anyway, anything else that we want to add? James, Ben?
Peacemaker. Peacemaker's been great.
No.
Peacemaker,
We don't have the time to talk
I've watched
Peacemaker.
2 of them. I've watched 2 episodes. Love it.
That's on Amazon, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's on Binge.
Oh, Binge?
No, it's HBO. It's a HBO Max show. So
Sorry, you're
we're gonna
right.
get
It
that
is
on here.
Prime. Yeah, no. There's
Hang on, Prime or
not Prime,
Binge?
sorry, Binge. It's on
Yeah,
Binge.
okay.
I've been watching
Okay.
a bunch of other shit on Prime lately, so.
The best part of that show is the opening credits. They
Yeah,
are
it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, but you can only watch it once, Ben. Like, after that, it
Bullshit.
just...
No. when the thing comes up, skip intro. Fuck that. No.
Yeah, James Gunn said to, and said to not skip it, and I was like, okay, fair enough. I was lucky enough to have HBO Max in the States, so I got to watch the 6 or whatever episodes they're up to. And yeah, every time I was like, no, I'm going to watch the creepy, weird dance.
I think I'm one behind.
And then it's like they tell you, as like he said, like as the story goes on, it will make sense why that dance is so creepy. And you're like, yeah, it's weird. But like the 6th episode, you're watching it and you're like, okay, this is now super weird. I actually don't feel comfortable watching this dance now. Like,
Yeah, it is. It is a bit like that, isn't it? James, have you watched any of it?
No. I don't have binge.
It's well worth it. They're
Very good.
to me, they walk a very fine line between it being stupid silly and hilariously funny.
John Cena
Right, you know-
is fucking hilarious.
John
Oh,
Cena,
his timing is
Funny.
perfect.
Yeah, he is a
He's
funny,
really
funny
funny.
man. Yeah.
The supporting
I picked up a
cast.
bit of the boys in it. Is it, or am I way off if I was to say that?
No, The Boys is silly in
Oh,
a
no,
different
yeah,
way.
there's
I can see the
over-the-top
similarities.
violence,
Yeah.
Oh, definitely over the top violence, yes, but there's less violence in Peacemaker and more silliness.
So more comedy than.
Yeah,
taking
but it's
yourself
it's
serious.
like, you know, so you can watch an Adam Sandler film and it'll kind of walk that line between, oh, this is shit, I'm turning it off because it's just not landing, versus holy fuck, that was hilarious, and why am I in tears laughing? They stay on the right side of that border the whole way through, but geez, do they come close?
Yeah.
There's been a few times I'm like,
yeah.
there's been a few times where I'm like, okay, where is this going? Because I don't know if I've got the energy to watch this shit tonight.
But,
and then they pull it back from the dead. It's
But James,
fantastic.
if you think about the boys, the way Boucher, so Carl Urban character, the way he talks, that's like the dialogue that most of them
Yes.
have. It's
Yeah. Okay.
profanity laden, but it works because it's just like that's just how they talk. Like so it's kind of similar vein of comedy in that.
Yeah.
in
Okay.
that sense.
Okay. Yeah,
Well
because
worth a
the couple of shorts that I've seen for it, I was just like, okay, this looks like another boys kind of thing, but yeah, okay, I might,
Yeah, it's
might
similar
have to see
vein.
if I
It's
can-
similar vein of
Yeah.
comedy and action mixed together. So yeah,
Nice.
if you like the boys, you definitely enjoy Peacemaker.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The plots are very different, but the precepts are pretty much the same. All right.
Three things I want to say.
Okay, Ben.
I love Hawkeye. So under, like, such a surprise. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
And if they're not thinking of a way to get Florence Pugh, Haley Steinfeld, and Tom Holland in an MCU movie together,
Yeah, they're idiots.
they're not doing their job. Speaking of Tom Holland, Spider-Man 3, loved it.
Mm-hmm.
I love how they. I'm talking spoilers, but I guess
And this Spider-Man 3,
yeah,
which home did he not go to this time?
I haven't seen it yet.
you haven't seen it yet.
No.
I-
Pete
I-
said
Okay,
this
then never mind.
they-
I won't say anything. I really like.
No. You can spoil it. It's all
No,
good.
no, it's fine. No, because
All the characters
I
that
don't
are
want to
dead
spoil
have come
anything
back, and
about this movie because it's great.
Hmm.
You go and watch it. and
it'll
then
be
we'll
out
talk
on
about it.
it'll be out on fucking Disney Plus for
Yeah.
rental or purchase soon. Anyway,
He
it'll be
said it's coming to
29
Stars first, whatever they.
It'll be
that-
We don't have-
$29.99
we don't have
to
stars.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It'll be
come- it'll come
$29.99 to
somewhere
rent
different.
for 48 hours, or $32 to buy it forever. Like, that's a fucking choice. Anyway,
Third thing is, how good does the Batman look?
You obviously haven't listened to the latest episode. Pete rinsed the Batman.
You don't
Pete went
like, you
toe-to-toe
don't
with
like
him.
it.
I'm 3/4 of the way through you guys' last episode, and as soon as you said that, I was just like,
I'm gonna watch the movie. I'm gonna go in with low expectations, and I will be pleasantly surprised if I
I
like
agree
it.
with you, Ben. I think it looks very enjoyable.
I
Very
have
enjoyable.
not
I'm
been
skeptical.
this excited about a movie since Endgame.
that's big.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well,
Tickets go on
you
sale-
say that, Benny. So
Tickets go on sale tomorrow.
there's
really? Cool.
there's an inferred disagreement with Tom there, because Tom said Spider-Man 3 was as good as Endgame. That was his call.
Oh no, but that's not what I said. I said
I know.
this excited. Like, Spider-Man was never really my thing. I really liked No Way Home. Thought it was a great movie, but Spider-Man was never my thing. I grew up reading X-Men and Batman, and
Yeah.
when there's a
Yeah.
new Batman coming out and it looks like this, I'm pumped.
Yeah.
I did agree with
And,
I'm
I,
skeptical.
I should probably go and listen to the last episode if you've ripped into it. Because
I didn't rip it apart.
Because I'm keen to hear what other people think.
You mean you don't pick up the episodes as they drop?
Off
I
the
gotta-
show.
I gotta-
we're gonna have a fan war now. Like,
I got
the
an
comment
18
section in
month
real
old.
life.
I don't have time for podcasts anymore. All my time is taken up watching TV.
Right, and on that very
Boba Fett
excellent
is
on
note,
that bombshell.
I gotta go.
Yeah. Ben's going to go watch
all right.
Boba Fett.
Thank
We've
you
all
very
gotta go
much,
watch Boba
guys,
Fett.
and really appreciate the support over
thank
the
you,
last 5
guys.
years.
No
All good,
worries.
guys.
Catch
Good
you
to
guys
see
later.
you again.
Anytime.
Well, that declined quickly, didn't it? Yeah, very much so. No, I have no fucking idea what you guys spoke about. I just wanted to throw that in there.
No, that's good.
Just,
that's good.
just as a little intercut in between that. So that was
That's like
James.
a nice little throwback to when my audio dropped and we had to refill it, and I was saying shit to Dan that he couldn't actually hear.
Ben and
so-
and James in the same room. They're such different personalities. We love them both dearly, and they've been long-term fans of the show, but they're very different. And having them both sit in the same room, it's kind of like, okay, you're finished talking about your shit. Now I'm going to talk about my shit, and then we're going to talk about your shit.
But
That was
knowing them both and knowing them both separately, like I obviously knew James before you guys did, because we worked together in hospitality for several years. He's actually the person who got me into Discworld, and now I have my whole arm covered in Discworld tattoos. Like, we were literally closing the bar one night, and we were just talking about novels and bits and pieces, and he started talking about Discworld, and I'm like, sounds pretty interesting. And then I remembered that my auntie had given my sister a Discworld book many, many years ago, and it had just been passed through the family after it had been read, and I'd never read it, and I actually had it at home. So once we finished the conversation closing the bar up, I went home and started to read it and just got obsessed with Discworld. And
Well, the
have
Color of
loved it ever
Magic
since.
you can crank through in a couple of days of solid reading,
And that's
Like,
exactly
it's
what it was. It was
such
the Color
a
of Magic.
beautifully written book. Yeah.
And then I hammered them all out. And so, having known James for a long time, and I went to school with Ben and knew Ben at school, was friends with him, but we never got into in-depth conversations about anything. And it wasn't until well after where we were doing this that we got into a lot more in-depth conversation stuff. And he's just like an insane wealth of knowledge on the Marvel stuff. And they're very different personalities. Like James used to work security at pubs as well, and like somebody would mouth off to him, and he'd like open hand slap him with that massive Maltese mitt that he's got. And
he does have fucking ham fists too. That guy.
He does. Yeah. It was absolutely
The
never
Maltese
ever.
mitt. That's if he ever becomes like some sort of like private security like mercenary, that's got to be his merc name. Is the Maltese mitt.
And I never ever want to be on the receiving end of
end. God, no.
an open
You know
hand
about
slap
it.
from
You
James.
bloody know about it.
Yeah. So I shudder to think the torture that he's going to put his daughter's boyfriends through when she gets to that age, because he's
Agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, he rocked up to my 30th birthday that we did a cowboy steampunk sort of thing, and he had a real shotgun bandola around his neck. So the man is serious and will back it up as well. And
It's so softly spoken. So softly spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
Gentle
need to
giant.
be outspoken when you're James. You just don't.
And being Maltese, there's many concrete foundations that they're going to dig up one day and in the future, and they'll have the fresh, well, the skeletal remains of the boys that crossed his daughter hidden in them. So yeah, and then Ben's like quite softly spoken and a bit of an introvert, but like so knowledgeable.
Unless you get
on
him
the nerdy
fired
stuff.
up about.
Oh, you get him
unless
on a
you get
topic though, and
yeah.
then just tears through it.
Yeah, he's super focused when he gets an idea into his head. Fuck, he fully fleshes out those ideas though, doesn't he? So it's very different personalities and very different historical lifestyles that they've led to this current point.
And so going from those two who are kind of diametrically different personalities, we're now going to head into our catch up with Alistair, who again is a very different dude. I mean, Al's been, and we don't know Al as well as we know those guys because none of us grew up with Al. But Al's been a mad fan of the show since the very beginning. He, in fact, right at the start of Bounty Hunter Brewing, you guys, Dan, ran a GoFundMe campaign to raise funds to kind of launch the original beer brand. And it was around the same time that we had just fired up Bounty Hunter Banter as a podcast. And so I think our top sponsor, there was only one slot, but the top funder from the GoFundMe campaign got to join us on the show, and that was Al. That's where we met him, and he's been a massive fan ever since. He's always in the background giving us feedback and saying, "Hey, I really enjoyed the show," and and I'll go and fucking hammer our fans for feedback because everybody just says, "Yeah, it's great." And it's like, no, I need something fucking constructive. Just give us something that might tell us what to do more of or what to do less of. But Al's always been good for that as well. So, yeah,
and got to take a hat off to Al. He's the most vocal person on that Discord who's not directly involved in the show. So,
the guy's
our Discord
collecting.
channel, he's always on there. He's always sending some really cool stuff. So yeah, big thanks to Al for that.
And he's gathering researched information and presenting it to Discord. So no, if you're into Star Wars or MCU, join the Discord because there's a wealth of information now, and it's well researched, and it's way more intelligent than the show is most of the time. So thank you, Al.
Which is fair.
Welcome to the show, Al.
Thank you. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you very much for joining us. We're talking to all of our hardcore long-term fans for our 5th birthday celebration, and you've been there right since the start. You've been on the show before, back when it was Bounty Hunter Banter, and I think that was
the
a
live episode
campaign.
And the live episode from Pump House. Yep.
Pump House?
Yeah.
That's
I
right.
was trying to work out what venue it was, but yep, that's it.
The fucking noisy pub we filmed in a couple of times. It was a nightmare episode to edit. So yeah, we just, wanted to say thank you very much for all your support over the years.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for having
them.
me back, and happy birthday, guys. 5 years. That's a pretty big milestone.
Yeah, cheers.
I got to say, you guys have been the most consistent, or inconsistently consistent podcast I've had over the last 5 years.
Well, consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, right. But you guys came in your own during lockdown. It was good to have company with you guys over the lockdown periods.
Oh, good.
I'm pretty sure that's why we were doing it too, to be honest. That's why the episodes got longer and longer, because we're all sitting at home like bored shitless, can't go to the pub and talk shit. So this became kind of the
We just had more
surrogate.
time to actually watch stuff and play stuff and catch up on everything. So,
And I mean, I guess the episodes were longer too, also because I wasn't trying to bail for a 30-minute drive home from your place, and could actually sit here and have beers rather than little sips of things.
And now that we're out of hardcore lockdown, although most of us are still taking it pretty easy and trying to be safe, but balancing it a bit better, it just gives us a lot more flexibility. We can do remote episodes at the drop of a hat with little notice, or we can do in-person episodes. And God, there's another amateur hour from Pete. I left my phone off mute. We can do in-person episodes, but then remote dial somebody else in. So yeah, it's giving us a bit of flex.
Yeah.
Anyway, have we all seen the season finale of Boba Fett, or do you want to get into a beer first, Dan?
I need to talk about my beer because I'm halfway through it already, and if I don't, I'm going to be well and truly done before you do. Has someone had this as well? I was really confused about.
You bastard!
Oh.
I just bought that.
Okay. Well, there's something that doesn't happen very often. Well, have you poured yours yet, Tom?
No, I've got poured a different beer first.
Oh, okay. I really like
didn't
this.
work out, did it?
It's a hazy day. It's part of an ongoing series of hazy pale ales from Garage Project. It's got Mosaic, Azaka, Sabro, and Idaho 7. I've very openly spoken about my dislike of Sabro in beers of recent times, but this is excellently balanced. It's the first beer that I've had where I think Sabro adds something to the combination of hop that the hop character that's in there, rather than being the one that overpowers with its creaminess and just overdoes it. But this is really well balanced, fantastic hazy pale ale, 5.8%, 2 standard drinks in a 440 ml can. Yeah, 440 mils.
Yeah, they're 440s.
And just that combination of hop, you're getting a really a huge amount of sort of tropical fruit characters, but a whole bunch of like resiny, piney notes to it as well, from the other, probably from the Idaho 7 and the Mosaic. Really well balanced, really easily drinkable. It's just a really nice, fresh, not too bitter pale. Really loved it.
What was it called?
Well,
It
I
was
look
Hazy
forward
Days?
to trying it.
Hazy Days, yes.
Is there a sub name for it?
No.
Because that's the name of the series, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just
Yeah,
it goes on the hop combination. So Hazy Days,
Okay.
Mosaic, Azaka, Sabro, and Idaho 7.
Okay, cool. Not writing all
It's
that down.
the
Too
ninth
lazy.
one in the series I got told today at the bottle shop when I just bought it.
Well, there's a screenshot for you, Pete. Azaka.
Cool. And how many pixels out of 5 pints would you give it? We're sticking with it, Tom. It's locked in, all right?
Yeah, I know. I think it's the greatest thing I've brought to this podcast.
I think it's great, and I'm not one of those people that'll go fuck it. I think it's great and give it like 3.5. So I'm giving it another 5.
Okay. Dan's fucking with our
It's
our
got a
averages
fantastic
here.
aroma to it, and just the hop character is so well blended for having 4 different hops in it, and it's just
Yeah,
really,
I imagine that is
really unique,
challenging
and
to
just
balance.
Really, it's got a little bit of green hop bitterness to it as well, which tells me it's pretty damn fresh. Oh no! Wow, that's really good. It was packed on. Oh no! So what's the date today?
It's the day before
13th.
Valentine's Day, mate.
Oh, I didn't give a
Just in
shit
case
about
you didn't that
Valentine's.
reminder.
Yeah, who cares?
When have you known me to give 2 shits about some commercial
You
crap
could have
like
Unless
that?
you're a big
You could have
romantic.
bought your wife like a dead bird in a box, little funeral
Yeah,
made
fair
up
enough.
shoebox or something dark and fucked up like that.
It was packed a month ago, and it's still got quite a green hop character to it. So it's a really good packaging. Packaging
I imagine the
processes
challenge for
a
those-
garage project. Yeah,
I imagine the challenge for those kinds of beers is to allow each individual hop expression to come out unique, like its own unique flavor profile to come out and still be pulled together and balanced, so one doesn't overpower the other.
yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying about Sabro. I mean, everything that I've had, I've never had a straight Sabro one, just because I've stayed absolutely clear of that because I really just like the hop. But it's really well balanced and just so well combined. Whether they just did that off a trial batch or just went, yeah, fuck it, like most of us do, and just chuck it all in. They've done an excellent job. So grab it if you can.
Yeah, cool. Al, what are you drinking, buddy?
I've got a Coastal Brewing.
Ooh.
Back front.
No, it's the right way around for us.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, Coastal Brewing, Shelly's Chocolate Orange Stout.
Ooh.
These guys are based in Foster Tuncurry, and it's my family's up that way, so I always think of it as a taste of home. So it's just, I mean, I'm just trying to look at the ingredients. It just says classic combination of chocolate, orange, contains lactose. So it's basically a Jaffa.
It's a
dark
milk stout,
beer.
isn't it? As a base?
Yeah.
It would be.
Yeah,
I
milk
imagine it would
chocolate
be.
orange stout. Yeah, but no, it's pretty good. These guys do some good dark beers. They had like a good coffee beer, and it's Shelly's. So they name all their beers after different beaches or different beaches around the mid North Coast area. So
Oh, cool.
once again, it's a nice connection to the mid North Coast. So yeah,
That's cool.
And-
I
Very nice.
threw to you pretty quickly because I saw that you'd almost finished your beer too.
oh no, I've only half poured. I've left it.
Oh,
I've got
okay.
a little. I've got an esky down here. I've set up. I'm not used to doing the studio, so I've got the kids downstairs.
Oh, kids.
Just I don't have to run to the fridge.
Multiples now, do?
Well, one kid
No.
and one on the way.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
So we're expecting it. Thanks. Yeah. Actually, when our daughter was born, that was the same time that Dan, you had those multiple beers at the 1989 bar. So that was about 2018.
Yeah, that was
Mhm.
Sydney Beer Week.
And-
yeah.
Yeah, that was insane because I went to just try one. And then I had to go back and check on the wife, and then it was a balancing act between trying to sample every one of those kegs at 1989 because
And stay married.
My daughter and stay married. Yeah, daughter was born at RPA, so it was too
Oh,
close.
yeah. Just around the
Oh, wow.
corner. Yeah.
Just a nice little duck down the
Yeah.
road. Perfect.
Yeah, that's right.
Then back to celebrate afterwards.
Yeah, that's what it was. Celebration.
Perfect.
So, how many pixels out of 5 pints would you give it, mate?
Oh, I'd give it 4.
4.
4. I'm a bit biased. Yeah.
No, I'm a big fan of not giving everything 5.
I don't
Yeah,
give
don't
everything 5. I only give the ones that I really enjoy. And if I talk them up, they deserve 5. If I don't talk them up, then
Fair
they
enough.
can get rated something else.
Tom?
I am drinking the Aether Brewing Summer of Sour. It's their Forest Berry Sour. Aether Brewing are from Northgate in Queensland. I didn't realise when I picked it out. This was the can art grabbed me. I was like, that looks really nice. I thought it'd be a bit more refreshing than it is. It does have a bit of lactose in it, so it's a bit creamier than I was kind of expecting. Didn't check the ABV. It's only 8.2%, so
Jesus,
good session ahead of us then. It's got all the berry notes coming through, so raspberries and blackberries coming through, but then just a bit of that creaminess. It dulls down the sourness. They talk about it being quite a refreshing sour for summer. I would rather probably take that lactose out then. I think that would make it a bit more, because of the creaminess to it. It's just like that doesn't bring refreshingness to my mind. I need that kind of straight sour. But that said, without the lactose, my face would be currently inverted. Like, it'd be coming out the back of my head. I think it would be super, super sour. So maybe that was a deliberate choice just to balance it a bit more. 4 pixels, 5 pints.
Cool. And lucky last. I'm surprised we haven't actually had way more of these on the show over the years. So Willie the Boatman, Crazy Ivan IPA. And we've all been to Willie the Boatman a million times on our pub crawls. It's usually a place we start or finish, depending on the direction you're going, I suppose. 6%, really simply put together, really refreshing beer. It's a bit more bitter than I would normally choose, because I'm not a big bitter beer fan, but it's almost lagery. No, that probably doesn't make any sense, but it just has that sharp, refreshing profile. There's not a lot of hop expression in it. What you do get, it's quite citrusy, but I mean, to me, that's just an unfiltered lager almost. Fucking easy to drink for 6%.
I haven't had a Crazy Ivan in ages.
I don't think I've ever had one, unless I would have had one while we were there drinking everything they've got on tap, but never had packaged. Crazy Ivan is a true blue bucket of laughs, and if you find yourself in close quarters with him, you'd better batten down the hatches, because you'll be in for one hell of a night. Fair enough?
I'm not sure I've actually had any Willie the Boatman package.
Crazy Ivan IPA is a mouthful of fun to be blah, blah, blah. Don't drink it when you're pregnant. To keep balanced and slightly under control, we use big Scottish malts married with American hops, an IBU of 50 and an ABV of 6%.
Solid bitterness.
Yeah. Doesn't have a hop bill on it, unfortunately. Packaged 11th of the 8th. So it's been around a while. Been sitting on the shelf for a while.
Their core IPA. That and the Nectar of the Hops. They're their 2 core IPAs.
It's good. It's good. You can easily
Crazy Ivan's a great beer.
You can see yourself knocking several back in the summer heat. While
then you become Crazy Ivan when you knock several back.
Wait for the Kransky cart to park out the front. I fucking love that.
Exactly.
Oh my God, they do good dogs.
How good.
Cool. All right, let's deal with the festering pus wound that is the Boba Fett series finale.
Oh, really? Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, well.
No, I'm just geeing us up.
I'm thinking that's probably going to be you on one side and me, Alan, Tom on the other with that one.
Nah.
Hit it, Al.
Yeah.
I thought that final episode was pretty bonkers, and it was just a lot of fun. And I think at this stage, I was just happy just to have a lot of action, not have to think too much about character development, that sort of thing. I'll have to, if you've already talked about the previous episodes and the way the whole
give us your
season
take on
was
it, mate.
structured.
I think we don't have to don't just talk about the final episode. I know that the listeners at home are going to be hearing some stuff covered twice, but I think until you've seen the final act of a piece of narrative, then you can't really judge the whole narrative. And we did say that we were reserving judgment. So talk about any of it, mate.
Well, I mean, I thought it was a lot of fun. It was finally the Boba Fett that, we saw from the season 2 Mandalorian, and also just what Robert Rodriguez does with his action films. It was just like a lot of flair, a lot of action. Just check your brain and have fun. And obviously all the pieces of the season came into play with how he was putting together his team, his family. It was a bit weird how those last 2 episodes before it were mainly about Mando, but look, I couldn't complain that they were fun, but it was a shame I could have done more Boba Fett considering it was his season. And also I think, I don't know how you guys all found it, I had massive expectations being Boba Fett. Like, he's like finally got his screen time. They got Tamero back, and just looking at Tamero as an actor himself, what he brought to this whole season, based on his sort of short scenes, even though he became, he was the face of the clones and that sort of thing, but him as old man Boba, I thought he did a good job bringing his like Maori heritage into the Sand People. So I saw there was it's the first time I've sort of listened into what social media has to say as well, and I don't think I will in the future. I found the social media backlash.
It's just an echo chamber for assholes generally, mate. The internet.
Well,
because if you hate something, you get on and bitch about it, and if you love something, you're at home enjoying it.
Assholes?
Well, that's a really good point. I think that's going to be our new
You guys are a
tag.
trusted source of opinion, trusted source of information. I trust you guys more than anything else.
No comment on that.
At least you know when we're being fuckwits. It's not presented as fact.
That's right. I also thought anything to do with Boba, anything to do with anything Mandalorian related, the better for it. And also, I lived through the prequel era. I've had a lot of.
Sound like you've got like PTSD from. I lived through the prequel era.
Yeah,
I'm traumatized by
right. Episode 1.
Kids these days have got no idea how hard we had it when, fucking
Don't
Jar Jar
Jar
Binks
Binks
was
was
a
on
stand-up
love
character.
episode 1. Episode 1 was
Yeah.
great. I'll defend that movie till the day I die.
Misa, a fucked character, sir. Yeah.
You are a fucked character. It's true.
So I've loved the series. I'm going to watch it again, and now I know what the series is, and now how to pick it apart. And I know that it really is part of a larger storytelling with all the live action stuff. I'm excited because I think we haven't seen the end of Boba and his team.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to how they're going to bring him back. I reckon they should dedicate season 3 of Mando
to
Boba
Boba.
have 2 episodes. Yeah, that's right. Just to even things out. But yeah, that's sort of my end of season take.
I'm going to jump in here because I wasn't a part of the last conversation because you guys did it, the Tom and Pete and James and Ben. So I'm going to jump in here with my thoughts as well. I really enjoyed it overall. I thought there were some really horrible aspects to it. His little scooter gang can just fuck off and die, to be honest. And I probably wouldn't be
I think we all agree on that topic, and I'm probably going to get some hate mail for calling them pansies in the last interview.
I think the mods as like foot soldiers was a great idea. I just hated the aesthetic of their design.
Vespers.
Their Vespers, yeah. It was horrible, and even in comparison to the speed bike gang that you saw him take out with Slave One, just that you give him more badass bikes. I mean, if they're going to be Boba's foot soldiers, they can't be getting around on Technicolor scooters. It's just wrong, absolutely wrong.
They could easily.
I mean, they can.
They can, and they did. But that's fucking Rodriguez.
Doesn't make it good.
Rodriguez and his bloody Spy Kids influence crap. And even in the the chase scene,
That was the Ben 10 boys.
yeah, in the chase scene of the fourth episode was just it could have been
Horrendous.
so
That was
much
painfully
better.
slow. Painfully
And
slow.
The last little it could have been straight out of a Spy Kids movie, one of his Spy Kids movies. How she scoots up to the camera at the very end when the speeder crashes. It was fucking horrible
with her 42 side
Yeah,
mirrors.
exactly. And I actually my biggest problem overall until the last episode was the Boba was used as a dialogue dump for people that haven't seen any Star Wars in history, and he'd been working for Jabba for decades. He knew how Tatooine ran. He knew the families. Okay, give him a little bit of rundown what happened during Bib Fortuna's reign, but he didn't need Fennec Shan to tell him that, oh, if you've got credits, you can hire muscle. He was the fucking hired muscle. He literally was the hired muscle for Jabba and ran that fucking crew. Like, it's ridiculous to have that series of comments being made to him. And so much of...
At least if they you know what, they could have rescued that by having Fennec make those comments and just occasionally you just see him roll his eyes or just snicker under his breath that she's stating the fucking thank you, Captain Obvious.
It was like Boba had never existed in the Star Wars universe before.
Yeah.
It was fucking ridiculous.
That's what I mean. Like, they could have gotten away with Fennec making the comments for the audience's sake and still have Boba read off those lines more realistically for who he is and where he's been.
And then my second issue was, and Tom's heard me bitch about this several times, mostly last night, was the end of The Mandalorian Season 2. We see badass Boba walk in and literally shoot Bib Fortuna mid-sentence and throw him off his throne. And that was a, oh, fuck yeah point for us all, I imagine.
Yeah.
And then we roll into 6.5 episodes before Boba Fett shoots a blaster. He didn't shoot it until 20 minutes into the final episode, which is he shot 2 rockets in the first episode. So killed one dude there, and killed the swoop bike gang with Slave One, but didn't actually fire his blaster rifle until 20 minutes into. I'm guessing 20 minutes. It's roughly about that. Until 20 minutes into the final episode. So 6.5 episodes, 2 of which he didn't say. The Mando episodes were great, don't get me wrong. They were great. He was in the second one of those, and everything was being explained to him. He didn't actually say a word of dialogue in that second episode. And then it took 6.
But he did do the Boba Fett nod.
Yeah,
you got to give him that. He did do the Boba Fett nod.
And I think Temuera was great. I think the few of those episodes were excellent. I love the Sand People flashback stuff. I loved him getting Slave One back. That episode was great. Even chasing the little...
It just didn't move fast enough.
Chasing the little droid around the kitchen in that episode was awesome. And it's just... it was a few of those little stickler points. But, the last episode, we saw him come into his own. And I think those 2 Mando episodes should have been like a 2.5 Mandalorian. Like,
minutes.
It should... No, not minutes. Like, full episodes. They're fucking awesome episodes. But it shouldn't have been... It should have been Disney should have chucked it in at the end of the 4th episode of Boba Fett or whatever it was that say, oh, go and watch the 2 episodes of The Mandalorian and then rolled straight into...
Well, Mando's not coming out until the end of this year.
Yeah, but if they filmed these 2 episodes, why couldn't have they just made these the road to season 3 or a side story that came under the Mandalorian title rather than under the Book of Boba Fett stuff and given us that Boba Fett that we saw in the last episode earlier.
I think they should. What they should have done is tack them on to the end of the episodes. So the episode could have run for an extra 10 minutes, but they were easily cut up into those sections. You could have had the end of episode 1 of Boba Fett. Hey, here's 10 minutes of Mando delivering that bounty, and then the next episode, here's the fight under the like Halo ring.
Yeah,
and then chuck it all in that way. I think that would have been a much cooler. I agree. They were great episodes, but they could have easily been some really good, like, Easter eggs tacked on. Because I found the problem with the finale for me was that it, like you said, it moved too slowly for you, Pete. But everything came crashing in that last episode.
That's
like
right.
It needed another episode to build up to that. It's like all of a sudden Boba's gone from receiving the Rancor and saying, I want to ride that one day, to being able to ride it. I was like, not that much time has passed.
6 episodes later, the Rancor makes a reappearance and he's mounted on top of it.
It's just like things like that.
Those episodes were Mando episodes.
Yeah, it's just that was the thing for me. That was the only sticking point for me. Was just things that were cool to see. Don't get me wrong, Boba riding a Rancor, that's a dream come true. But it just happened too quickly in the timeline of the story. I think that was the only thing for me. I
think the whole thing was
thought
too compressed. I sorry to cut you off a little bit there, Tom. I'm just conscious of time. We got about 4 minutes left, and if we all go on 10-minute
oh, sorry, I forgot this was
each.
This
is
sorry. Al asked,
and I want Alistair's feedback on what we're talking about too.
Yes.
Mods,
Oh,
love them or hate them?
oh, I loved it. I'm going to love it.
You're going to love the mods with the Vespers. That's a ballsy move, mate.
Just as I've come to love episode 1, except
my man.
that the Power Rangers Skittles team is in the world. I'm just hoping that if there ever is a Boba Fett season 2, or if he makes an appearance again with the guys, I hope that they mash up their look more like the bikers.
Should have just been Harley,
guys.
like Hogs inspired dudes with badass bikes.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been.
We kind of got that with that swoop gang. Like, you got to see that in Toshi Station. I mean, all that was cool. Those sort of nods to the deleted scenes from A New Hope, and then the biker gang and Boba like smashing them up. And so we did get to see a swoop gang.
And to be honest, the mods themselves look pretty badass when their Vespers have been destroyed in the final episode. Or they probably weren't all destroyed, but the dudes themselves, when they were fighting on the streets, I really liked that fight scene with the mega fucking battle droid things. I can't remember what they're called, but just reminded me of the start of Terminator 2. That's it.
Yeah.
You see the big hulking T2 fucking armored droids rolling through. Is Cad Bane dead?
Nah.
No one dies in Star Wars. Boba can survive, and Maul came back from being sliced in half, and Palpatine
and then
came
died
back
again.
From the dead. Yeah, and then died. Yeah, so that they can bring it back. There's that. Apparently,
it was a ballsy
noise.
Yeah, and you see the flashing light right at the end.
Yeah, no, he's definitely.
I mean, his whole speech he was making to Boba that whole time, going, "You are a killer," which he is definitely a killer because once again he shot Bib Fortuna mid-sentence, and
he's the most feared bounty hunter in the fucking universe. Of course, he's killed people.
The whole Cad Bane, the monologue that he gave him there, it's just he's going to pop up in season 2, and it's just going to have been he stabbed him where his heart wasn't for that race. And we need to look up the anatomy of a Duros. Yeah,
Duros.
See where their hearts are. How many they've got.
I'm going to do that right now. I found that
could end up with a lot of bad stuff on my Google.
I'll come back to you in a sec, Tom, but I just found the whole thing moved too slowly. Like the content in the 7 episodes was too drawn out. And even if you consider the fact that they really only had 5 episodes, because you've got to take the 2 Mando episodes out, they weren't a part of Boba's story. It just felt too drawn out. People had to explain too much shit. I loved the construct of jumping backwards and forwards in time with the Bacta tank, going back to the Tusken roots. I really enjoyed all of that. And if they'd just done a whole season of him with the fucking Tuskens, I would have been happier. Because that was interesting and intricate, and there's a lot of culture and shit we haven't seen before. I want to see what they look like under the fucking wraps.
You don't.
But just to me, it just dragged out too much. And then I think it was Al, it might have been Dan, who correctly summed up the final episode as just it all too much had to crash together to feel like an end cap for this first season. Yeah, and you're right, inconsistent, Dan. It's not the badass we were given in the trailers. It's not the badass that we grew up watching with the original trilogy. He's not the guy's. There's times when he doesn't know what to do, and he has to be told what to do. It's like, fuck off. The guy's been a bounty hunter his entire fucking life since his dad.
That's exactly.
Was raising him in Camino. Like, fuck off. It's just.
I disagree.
While we've got Al here, I want to for the next couple of minutes just drop something else on him. The Bad Batch. Have you watched the Bad Batch? Were you expecting Omega to show up in the Book of Boba Fett at all?
I was thinking, because technically she's
the same age if she's non-accelerated. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I mean that speeder bike girl, when the trailer came, I thought that might be her. So I don't know. I mean, they've still got the season 2 of the Bad Batch. I actually thought at the end of season 1 they were all going to die. Because I heard all these things about it's like a really sad ending. It turned out that Camino carved it. So, and also like what happens to them? The Empire's taken over. The clones are all sort of disbanded. So I don't know if hopefully they continue through. It could be the Disney thing. They might introduce the characters in the Mandoverse in one of the seasons. But I was hoping that she was going to turn up because it would be interesting. Yeah,
how they would have. I thought, and the highlight of cloning, and I mean, if anything, the Obi-Wan series is coming out, and all these other ones, I reckon they've got Tamero lined up for some other cameos as clones. That would be cool to see him.
Yeah, well, he said he'd happily return as Rex. So, yeah.
I'll go say 5-year birthday celebration. I'll go the day that you guys met Tamero and gave him a shirt. I reckon he was wearing that shirt filming this season. I can imagine in the trailer.
I'd love to see some behind the scenes of him sitting there in the tent, like we saw with the gallery, the Mandalorian season 2 gallery, where he's sitting in the tent playing the guitar. I'd love to see him doing that in the Bounty Hunter Brewing shirt. Yeah. That would absolutely make my day.
That'd be fucking oath.
He was. Yeah. He was stoked to get that shirt.
Still got that picture.
So happy. And we were like third in line, and we reckon he had it on for the rest of the photo shoot. So everybody ended up with a photo with him wearing that shirt.
Oh no, we were outside. Chris and I were outside having a smoke, and someone walked past with a picture of Tamira Morrison that they'd had taken, and they still had the BHB shirt on. That was like 4 hours later. I guarantee it was on all day. So it's just one of those things. He's such a fucking dude. Like he was such a really nice bloke. He was laughing along with us as well. So that was a great day.
Yeah, excellent.
Anyway, that'll probably wrap us. Thank you so much, Al, for all your support over the years, mate. It's and ongoing. One would hope if we don't, say anything that's too insulting.
And I'm sure now you've got very good video quality and audio quality. You'll be invited back for another guest appearance at some stage. So Pete's not having a connection that it's not going to upload or get good quality. So
no, some of our mates that we went to fucking primary school can't get it right, but you're all good, Al.
Cheers, guys. Keep up the good work. You guys make quality content, and even though it's not called Bounty Hunter Banter anymore, the banter is top notch.
That's what we're here for. Champagne sketch comedy.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a late show reference.
But keep up the good work. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. And,
anytime, mate.
Yeah.
Hey, hey,
and we're back.
Off camera conversation.
Might no one needs to hear, or
no one needs to hear the cat shit conversation. Right, so we've gotten through a couple of interviews. We're going to get into trailer trash, and then we're going to throw to a couple more interviews. And
one more. Oh no, we got
two more. Yeah, I'm a little pissy, so hopefully I won't sound like a race caller for the rest of the episode, because that'd probably annoy a couple of people. The Adam Project.
About every word before you articulate.
I do.
Speak very slowly.
The Adam Project we already talked about. Can't even see my fingers in the little window.
Yeah.
Halo. Have you guys seen the trailer for the Halo movie?
Did watch a TV series.
TV series. Sorry, my bad.
Yes, I did see it. It looks expertly made. It's obviously got a lot of that Paramount Plus coin behind it. And who owns it now? It's no Bungie don't own Halo anymore, do they?
I don't think Bungie owns Bungie anymore. Didn't they get bought out by Microsoft?
No, Sony owns Bungie.
No, Sony.
Oh, it's Sony.
But they got rid of. I think Microsoft bought Halo off them, because then it went to 343 Industries. There we go. No one really cares about that.
I have zero Halo knowledge. I know Master Chief is the guy that's in it. He wears a body armor, and the Halo is like the big thing that we saw Mando on halfway through Boba Fett.
Basically,
That's literally the like half of my Halo knowledge is now backed up by Star Wars knowledge, and that's it.
So,
1 million Halo fans just cried out in terror,
and we're suddenly silenced. Yeah.
By the flood. Tom, do you know the full backstory for Halo? Do you recall it sufficiently to articulate it?
I've played Halo 1 through 3.
Right.
I never owned an Xbox, but my mate, when we were at school, he had one up the road, and we used to go and we went co-op through each campaign.
So there was something about the human race being artificially created in order to combat the flood. Is that right?
Oh, I mean, I can't remember. This was when it came out. So that's I was still in primary school.
In the games, Dan, you're fighting this alien race that have basically invaded. Is it Earth? I don't know if it's even Earth.
Oh, well, Halo's not Earth.
Really not
be Halo.
Yeah,
really
Halo
not
Ring
researched
is
all
like
that
an
well.
artificial world that was created, but it's the Covenant is the alien dudes.
Thank you.
But then the Flood are like the zombie alien dudes. I remember that much.
But the flood, where they're like little bug creatures, and you got to use shotguns.
They're like
to clear
parasites,
them out.
but they
remind me a
fight both
lot of the
Covenant and
replicants. They remind me of the replicants and those fight scenes with the replicants from Stargate SG-1. But there was a broader story in amongst all of this conflict. You know, you're fighting the Covenant, you're fighting the flood, but there's also a broader story about genetic engineering and that humans, or the race the Master Chief is, were artificially created to continue the human race or to fight back against the flood. I can't remember which. And then there was some link back to,
I think the Flood were a genetic kind of abomination. They were meant to be, because Master Chief is genetically enhanced.
If you can't tell, we didn't do any fucking research for the Halo thing before the show. We just watched the trailer.
I mean, people know it.
Good,
It's a fantastic game series.
It's an interesting, and the backstory is actually
first-person shooter. Yeah.
The backstory is
if
also
only like
interesting.
30 minutes ago we were talking to a Twitch streamer that's probably played all of the Halo games and could have given us a very in-depth explanation of the Halo series.
True. But they're up to.
We were busy talking about Final Fantasy. Sorry, we didn't talk about Halo.
But they're up to like 6 or 7 games.
So the original trilogy was one that was made by Bungie, and then I'm pretty sure Microsoft took the rights off, or bought the rights off them, and then they used a company called 343 Industries. That was kind of after the original Halo trilogy, and then there was I remember Halo ODST was the kind of spin-off Spartan Soldiers, so they weren't Master Chief, but they were essentially Master Chief. So they weren't maybe as good as Master Chief, but they were a bit more varied. So they were almost like Bad Batchy in terms of like they had some specialist kind of roles in that. And then since then they've gone back to the whole Master Chief story, and it's continued, and they've new alien races and all this kind of stuff. But
there's a new one coming out too, isn't there?
Yeah, Halo Infinite just came out, and
so we had some technical difficulties, but we came back.
We're like the Phoenix,
rise from the ashes.
So sorry, as I was saying, it's the Infinite's the latest one, but then I'm not entirely sure where the TV series sits in the whole thing. I'm assuming it's somewhere in the middle, I guess, because Master Chief looks pretty established, or if it's at the beginning, or they don't really want to say before
it's
we
got to be an origin story for it to make sense to most people, though, surely. They've got to explain who the fuck the Master Chief is and the super soldier group that he participates in for
but if it's a new world and the war's already established, they're going to use some new character as an information dump. So
I'm guessing it's relatively towards the beginning, because there's a scene in the trailer where he gets given Cortana for the first time, but she's with you all through the original trilogy, and it's like established that Cortana's with you, who's like the AI woman that lives in his helmet.
Can I ask a question that occurred to me while I was watching the trailer that probably makes me sound stupid? Is that where Microsoft got the name Cortana for their AI assistant on Windows 10?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just went, it's such a specific name. Surely they nicked that when they bought them.
Well, it's when Microsoft started kind of really integrating their PC and Xbox stuff, so you could play Xbox on your PC kind of through that kind of stuff. Yeah. So it looks great. It looks like the production quality looks amazing. Yeah.
I just hope it's an interesting story, because it could either be it's going to be a flop or it's going to be awesome. I don't know that it's going to be in between.
I think it'll be awesome. Just looking at that and the money they put. You're right. As long as it's well written and there's actually an interesting story behind it.
That's what I mean. Because, I mean, fuck, the graphics and the gritty look that you got out of that trailer aligns pretty well with Starship Troopers, but I mean, that was so
Not
bad
as
that it was good, right?
I don't think Master Chief would go as hammy as Starship Troopers does.
Is it going to be a massive anti-military complete series, though, as bad as Starship Troopers was anti-military propaganda?
True.
I don't know I don't think it would be. It's
No, I know it won't be. I'm just being specific.
Click here to learn more.
Would you like to learn more?
Would you like to learn more? Yeah.
And then the third trailer, which I think, Tom, you might be the only person who's seen, unless Dan has seen it as well. Jurassic World Dominion, the final.
Yeah,
movie in
they
that
dropped a
sequence.
new trailer yesterday morning or Friday morning. What day is it? Yeah. And we get the original three back. We get Laura Dern and Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum are back.
Jeff Goldblum, yeah.
Which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's so good
They
to see
needed
them.
to do it. They needed to
Just
do it.
to end cap the episode, like the series, though, they've got to stop now.
Well, this is essentially
they've got to
episode
have some-
6. Yeah. This
They've
is
got to
this
have
is
some
their
form
Return
of-
of the Jedi.
They've got to have some form of interesting human character in there. They can't just run off the CGI and practical dinosaurs that they did originally. Because
But can't you just have Chris Pratt running around dropping
he
one-liners
is
on
not
some
an
random...
interesting character. Yeah, 100%. That's what I mean. You need some interesting characters back because Sam Neill and Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum, they were all interesting characters. John Hammond's dead, so we can't bring him back to fill it all out. Oh,
That's Richard
BJ,
Attenborough's brother.
What's the genetic scientist? The BJ.
Doctor, it's the same. It's the original one from
The Chinese,
so he's
Chinese actor? So you're talking about?
Asian American. Yeah.
Sorry, that's
Dr.
probably
BJ
more PC.
Dr. Lin.
Oh,
Dr.
no,
Lin
I'm gonna sound really racist if I try and say that.
I just called him Chinese, and you corrected me, so that ship sailed.
Yeah,
I'm on the boat.
BD Wong is his name. So he's back again. You see him with some. I've been locked down in a prison or something. Long hair with a slightly silver streak through it, and he's fucking awesome. Like he should be.
He's a good actor too.
I know they've established him as like the kind of the big bad that's behind the whole thing, but they need to lean into that way more because he's fucking awesome and he's great in everything that he's in. And I think that if he goes the really, because he kind of with the long hair, it's like they're leading into the fucking Island of Dr. Moreau kind of shit where he's just this weird out there genetic scientist fucking with everything. They need to lean into that heaps more.
I really liked the thing I saw in the trailer, which it's not it's in the trailer, so it's not really a spoiler. But it's they've got a feathered velociraptor in there now.
Oh wow!
Which the design of that dinosaur looked really fucking cool, and it's brings back to that.
So the original Michael Crichton. Sorry, Tom.
No,
finish there. I cut you off. The original Michael Crichton content that they drew from, so Jurassic Park and Lost World were the original two books that he wrote. There was feathered dinosaurs in that. There were also invisible predator-style dinosaurs in his books. And I always felt after reading those two novels, and I think there might be more than just the two, but I only read
There's
two.
the invisible one in the Jurassic World.
Yeah, so
the frog DNA.
It took them 5 movies for them to finally implement that, and it's in the original novel.
Yeah, but that was too much for the 90s when they were first released. You couldn't have.
That's a fair.
Where they did it was very I say that it was reasonably, believably grounded in the original Jurassic Park and Lost World, and even the third one. But you start introducing invisible frog camouflaging genetically altered dinosaurs, and then you would have lost people in the 90s easily.
The thing
when was Predator released? Like, it's a hard argument to make when Predator was a 90s movie.
No, it's not. Predator is a fucking alien. It's an off-world thing. You're not talking about something that existed in our history that you're going to fuck with it. Jurassic Park would not be the classic movie that it is if they'd, at the end of it, they'd thrown in a fucking hybrid tyrannosaur and camouflaging frog DNA thing.
Not a comma chameleon? Like, you don't want
to... I'm pretty sure
there's no way it would be the classic movie that it was at now.
Not in the first one. Definitely not in the first one.
No, I agree in the first one. It would have felt a little bit too sci-fi, but certainly Lost World in the second movie, they maybe they could have done it, maybe they couldn't have.
I don't think
I'm sure it was Megasaur or something. It was another
Something like
predator
that,
that's because T-Rex isn't the largest predator of the dinosaurs. He was the largest in the Cretaceous period, and that's the irony of Jurassic Park is there's 3 eras and they stole dinos from all 3.
Dino
anyway.
DNA. He was my favorite
yes,
character from the movie. The little genome
The
dude.
DNA, yeah.
Yeah, it's a cult classic movie now.
There's the Dilophosaurus or whatever it was with the fucking frill.
Dilophosaurus.
It's
The one
back
that killed Newman.
in the trailer. Yeah, spat in Newman's face. It's back in the trailer, and it looks like a practical. It looks like it was ripped straight out of Jurassic Park. So I'd say it's probably a practical or a CGI enhanced practical puppet.
And just quickly,
Yeah.
the Rancor looked practical
Oh, right.
in the final episode of Boba Fett. Sorry to call back.
I think
Call forward.
I think the close-up stuff of its face and its arms was practical. Yeah, even when Grogu was touching it, because Grogu was practical as well. So
No, he wasn't for all of that.
No,
No.
When he curls up and
sorry.
sleeps next to it, he is CGI as fuck.
Sorry, there is a practical Grogu and a practical front end of Rancor.
And you can usually tell because they're trying to do stuff that, like I noticed when Mando handed him the ball from the end of the gear shifter ball, he hands it to him and he has to hold it against the puppet's hand, and then it cuts, and then the ball's missing for the next sequence. So you can tell that it's a practical puppet because there's some limitations to the way that they can interact with it.
Okay, so
Anyway.
talking about tangents, off tangents, back to Jurassic Park.
The only thing I had from that trailer of the Jurassic Park, have you watched it yet, Pete?
No.
That's this. I don't know if it'll influence it at all. But I got a real so it's set that because you remember you've seen the second one in the second trilogy.
I've seen all the
Dominion?
movies.
Yeah, so how the dinosaurs just escape into the woods and then they go and start living free. There's an element of did you guys ever read that book Dinotopia? It's a really old book, but
it rings a bell. But
you would have seen we'd have seen it. It was like an old, big, almost.
It wasn't
A4 sideways book.
He
and it
did
had massive
Animalia.
illustration.
It was the illustrator
Kind of
who
like
did
Animalia, yeah. Same
sure
style
it
of
was.
art, but it tells the story of a guy who gets shipwrecked. It's in the 1920s, and he and his son get shipwrecked, and they land on this planet, this part of this island, which is full of dinosaurs.
Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah, but they're working with the humans. They have the herbivores.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So they use triceratops to till fields, and they ride diplodocuses and all this kind of stuff. And I just got a few shots from that trailer where they were herding. There's a scene of Chris Pratt and he's herding some dinosaurs, and it's they're living with them now, and they're trying to get them to work on farms, and it's that's
coexist with them.
Yeah, and I just got real vibes from that book, and that was a book that we had in the house growing up. And it had
it's actually a series apparently. From
yeah,
James
yeah,
Gurney.
they did make a TV series about it. It was from memory, it was a sci-fi.
And there was also a
best.
series of illustrated fantasy books. So he wrote one book, and then there was a whole series of.
The artwork was beautiful. It was all hand drawn, watercolor, and there was all these little bits about they had special keys that you could only open using particular dinosaur footprint, so that would help turn the key kind of thing. It was all the technology they'd built around it, but yeah, I got weird vibes of that from the trailer. But it's dinos on a big screen. I'm gonna go watch it. I'm probably gonna take my nephews. He's gonna tell me every dinosaur fact he knows while we're watching it, because you don't have to ask him and he'll just tell you. But yeah.
I think it's a massive miss too if they don't give. I don't think she's the director, but Bryce Dallas Howard the directorial of movies like this, because I think she's well and truly shown that she can absolutely direct action sequences and things like that, and I think she's one that needs to step out from the 30-minute Disney episodes into a feature movie, because
I agree.
I think she would do a better job than towing the line with some of the standard Hollywood editorial and directorial shit that gets put out these days.
Yeah,
Got
'cause
some
it's
unique
Colin,
takes on
Colin
things.
Trevorrow is directing the newest one.
And who's he?
He's
I've
done
heard
a
his
bunch
name.
of stuff.
Yeah.
He did Fallen Kingdom. He's done the Jurassic World trilogy. What else has he done?
What did the original trilogy?
Yeah, he did Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, okay. Don't give it to him. Give it to Bryce Dallas Howard. That's just an easy decision there. It's just,
Replaced
just
as
like
director
straight
by
up.
J.J. Abrams. Like, yeah.
No.
He's not been around for long. He's only done, 9 or 10 movies since 2002. He's been in the industry for 20 years. He hasn't, and half of that's documentaries and short films. He has not done a lot.
Oh, okay. That might be interesting then. It might be an interesting take on cinematography and things like that if he's done documentaries. Yeah.
There's really nothing that you would have heard of, though, other than Jurassic World.
Other than Jurassic,
I retract my previous statement.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
No. I'm retracting my previous derogatory.
I'm agreeing with your
about
previous derogatory comment.
The shitty directorialship of the Jurassic Park movies.
No, I'm agreeing with your pre-retraction. He did
Colin directed the first Jurassic World, the remake, or the second trilogy, and he wrote the one in the between, and now he's directing the third one.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay. I retract my retraction. Take it off him.
It's a lot. Just redact this entire episode. Then just going through with a big black marker and just like wiping shit out constantly. Then a bit of white out, write it back in.
I think
black text today.
Just to restore some order to the situation, I think we'll throw to the big easy Eduardo, which I've got to say I'm excited to have this interview.
He sounds like I haven't met him yet, but I'm excited to talk to him.
Fucking mad fan for so long, and one of our loudest advocates on the internet. So we'll throw to him now. And then once we're done there, we'll cut to Suey, who Dan and I grew up with. Dan more than I did, because you went to high school with him, but...
No, I didn't.
Didn't you?
Nope.
Well, then we all know him from primary school then.
Nope. Where have we known him from primary school if I didn't go to high school with him?
Where the fuck do we know Suey from?
I'll explain off screen.
Off air. Okay. So we all know... Well, Dan and I have known Suey a while, at least
long time.
10, 15 years, maybe longer.
20.
20? Yeah.
20...
It's a good thing we fact-checked our guests before we got them on the episode.
22 years I've known Suey.
There was only one threshold they needed to pass, Tom. They had to be mad fans and advocates for the show. And this is our 5th birthday episode to give back to them. So, yes. So after Ed, we'll talk to Suey. And then let's drink some beer. Thanks for joining us, Ed.
No worries. Glad to be here.
So, as I've probably annoyed our listeners with by saying several times this episode, it's our 5th birthday. We thought we'd celebrate by having some of our biggest supporters on the show, and you've been quietly in the background, given that you're in the Democratic Republic of Western Australia. You've been quietly in the background rather than at the events and that sort of stuff that we've had over the years. But you've always been really supportive. I think you're our first YouTube subscriber. You're stoically the single person that comments on most of our videos. So just really wanted to say that we appreciate your support over the years.
No, all good. I managed to stumble across you guys by chance on Instagram, I think it was. But yeah, thanks for putting out some content to get me through my Fridays at work and make me crave a bottle shop run even more at about 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm ready to go and hit up the local bottle to see what beers they've got. So
that's what we're here for.
Here's a question for you then. If you're in WA, how often do you see stuff from our side of the country? Is it fairly WA heavy? Because I know you've got some fucking fantastic craft bottle shops, craft breweries over there. And we don't see too much of that over here, but how much actually gets over there from here?
Yeah, not much. It's getting more and more. I think yesterday was the first time that I saw a Moondog beer in the bottle shop.
Nice.
That's mind-blowing because they've got some of the best beers in the country at the moment.
Yeah, but slowly starting to get some East Coast beers across. But yeah, given at the moment with supply chain issues and the flooding of the Nullarbor, it'll probably dip down again. But yeah, slowly but surely, it's you're getting more and more from the East Coast. Because I know going back east to see family and friends. Seeing West Coast beers, they're slowly kind of popping up, but it's more of your feral stuff, which was owned by Coca-Cola, but I think they sold it 6 months ago.
Yeah, they want to drop it.
Recently,
Coke want to drop it.
Yeah, so that was only recently, but yeah, because there's a lot more bigger breweries kind of coming online, especially in Freo. There's Gage Roads and there's Running with Thieves. I think there's Otherside as well, I think it is.
Yeah, Otherside, I got some of
Otherside.
their... I did one of their beers the other night. On the
I had a session ale of theirs just before, which I found yesterday as well, which was quite nice. So
I just don't know that I could... you'd be missing out on so much of the best Aussie craft beer to not have Garage Project and Mountain Culture.
So.
Sorry?
Garage Project in New Zealanders, but...
Sorry, yeah, you're right.
Well, technically, that beer that you had before, I checked my can of it. It was brewed in Australia.
It was brewed here, was it?
Yeah, Abbotsford.
Product canned by Garage Project Australia. Yep. Technicalities, eh? I correct Pete, you correct me.
And I correct you both.
I said Garage Project. I meant Moondog. It was a Freudian slip because I've been talking about GP this episode. But yeah, it's a representation of me. I'm Garage Project make great beers, so I don't want to offend them with my mistake. But Moondog are putting out and have been putting out some amazing beers. Three Ravens have been out up there as well for me personally because that's my style of experimental flavor profiles. And Mountain Culture. I mean, everybody's in the haze craze at the moment in Australia, and Mountain Culture do hazy better than most, is my opinion. So I just couldn't imagine going to a craft beer place, Ed, and not seeing those guys represented.
So rolling off the back of that conversation there, are you drinking a WA beer now, or
I am? I thought I'd represent.
We're going to really put our foot in that one.
Yeah. I was going to start with something else, but I thought I'd fly the flag, and I am drinking a Running with Thieves. Their Loose Connection, which is a golden biscuit, so it's the golden syrup oats blend, which is kind of like the first ones they did, which I had when they first released it, was very biscuity. But I think they've kind of altered it a slight bit, so it's not as syrupy, but still a really nice beer. I think it's what it is. I don't have my glasses on. What is it? So it's a 5.2% IBU 22. But yeah, really tasty. They do a really good hazy and a really good XPA. And they do an IPA, and on their little blurb, they're like, you'll either fall in love with it, with IPAs again, or knock your head off. And yeah, I'm not an IPA fan, and I tried one, and it is super hoppy. Like it backhands you something severely if you're not an IPA fan. But yeah, they do brew pretty well. I think they've only been around for about 18 months, 2 years.
What did you say the name of the brewery was again?
Running with Thieves.
Running with Thieves. I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah.
I've had that IPA.
There is a bit of a backstory. I don't know the whole backstory. I think they set up something previously and got stitched up with some of their old business partners, and hence why they named it Running with Thieves, because they were running with thieves. And
very clever.
But yeah, it's pretty
That's
funny.
a cool
They
way
go
to own it, isn't it?
Yeah. So they actually do, like, every Thursday, I think they get a group of people together and go for a bit of a run around Freo, which is pretty fun.
Oh, nice.
So,
yeah, cool.
Decent sized brewery.
So I haven't actually been to their brew house yet, but I've heard really good things about it. And they typically do, like, on the other side, they do gin as well. And
fucking massive tap room. It's in a huge warehouse.
So,
with the brewery sort of centralized at one end. Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, but they do quality. They're my go-to, but between the hazy and the XPA, and they do like a nice light kind of 4.5% lager as well.
Oh, that's nice and approachable for the locals, I suppose.
Which is nice on a Friday or Saturday afternoon to knock a few of those back. And yeah, so they're definitely my go-to WA brewery at the moment. So,
and you're drinking Loose Connection. Is there a subtitle? Because I'm just looking on Untapped, and it may not even be up there.
Yeah, so I'm doing the Loose Connection collection, which is they do like their seasonal kind of ales. I think they're also doing like a Japanese Pilsner at the moment.
Okay.
And yeah, but their core range is an XPA, IPA, hazy ale, and a ginger beer as well. That's what
they've got a West Coast IPA that looks pretty core range as well here.
So, Pete, the Loose Connection, according to their website, is the generic name for their seasonal range. It's
right.
So the Loose Connection, and it's the what'd you say, golden syrup?
Yeah, the golden biscuit. So
golden biscuit.
Yeah.
Cool.
So on the hazy pale can is the one. I think I put it on Discord, where they talk about it was like creating the Death Star, and that Ewoks are overrated, which was pretty funny. So like that's the first one that I tried, and I saw the description. I'm like, yeah, I got to give this a shot, and yeah, it's
yeah,
quite
that's
nice,
cool. So how many pixels out of 5 pints would you give the beer?
I would give it probably with this one. I'd give it four, at least 4, I think.
Okay.
If they kind of kept the original blend, where it was a bit more syrupy, I would have pushed it to 4.5. But they must have had a few bit of
complaints.
feedback and scaled it back. But it still gives you that nice coating through the mouth, like you've taken a spoonful of golden syrup, but it doesn't hit you with the sweetness anymore.
Well, you got to be careful with that sweetness too, because golden syrup is like molasses. It can get a little bit can move too acidic because of the sugars in it. So you can end up with paint stripper pretty easily if you overbalance that.
Yeah, and I think they must have gone too far back previously in the last one, because I had probably a few probably about a month ago, and it was the other end was quite.
Yeah, you can get a real metallic taste out of that stuff too sometimes. So. Cool. Dan, what are you drinking, mate?
I've got Moondog, one of their mullet series. So this is Sharon Stone Fruit Sour Ale. Which way? That way.
Yep.
It's 4.5%. It is what it is. It's a stone fruit with stone fruit flavored, so peachy and nectarine, which it actually says peachy and nectarine on the back, and that's exactly what it is. A good level of sour tartness to it, very low bitterness. Just that stone fruit character really comes out. It's super refreshing, and
cool.
That's about all to say about it. It's not super complex in any way. It just really highlights that stone fruit character. Done really
cool,
crafted really, really well. Really tasty. 4. Solid 4.
Solid 4.
Solid 4. Definitely.
Pete, you
Thomas?
muted yourself somehow.
Yeah, wow. I must have hit some sort of random collection of keys then.
Yep. What are you drinking, Pete? You can go next.
Okay. I'm drinking Range Brewing's Hold Music. It's a problem with face detection on the camera. It just ignores the writing. It's a double dry hopped pale ale loaded with Wakatu or Wakatu. Yep.
Yep.
Pacifica, Mosaic, and Mosaic Cryo. Fucking everything's got cryo in it these days.
Two New Zealand hops and 2 American. Oh, 1 technically. One. 2 different varieties of a single New Zealand American hop.
1.9 standard drinks. I'm just looking for the ABV on it. It's a double dry hop pale, 5.5%. I gotta say, I mean, it is extremely pale. It's almost lemon juice in color. You probably can't see it the way that I can, but it looks like lemon juice. Flat, like undercarbed. There's 0 head retention.
Not what you want from a pale ale.
But I gotta say, the hop expression for it being a pale is it's quite impressive. You get a shitload of hops out of this, and again you get a little bit of the orange rind bitterness. It's a higher bitterness than I expect out of a typical pale, and it's got. It's going to sound. I can't describe it. My brain understands what I'm trying to say, but I don't have the words for it to articulate it properly, but
Heat loss for words.
It's
Jesus,
almost-
that doesn't happen
Watch
very
out.
fucking often.
I'll
Wow.
give you 1,000 words. It just won't connect with what I'm thinking.
It's that hangover still kicking in a little bit, I think.
I'm gonna mark that. That's getting a marker. Pete lost for
So
words.
It's thin.
Fifth birthday, milestones all around.
It's quite thin, surprisingly thin, is what I'm trying to say. I was thinking carbonated water in beer, and that doesn't sound right. But yeah, it's
I thought
very
you were
thin.
about to call me a then.
Thanks for making me fucking bleep out something that I didn't say, Dan.
That's all right.
I'm going to give that a 3.5 because I'm kind of on the fence. I could take it or leave it, to be honest. It's not a bad beer. It's well crafted. It's just very thin. It's like it's trying to be a hazy IPA, but in a pale style. So it's got the hop expression, but without
So a hazy pale.
Yeah, no, I avoided saying that on purpose, Tom. You fuck. It lacks the body that you'd expect out of that kind of level of hop expression. That's all. For my taste. Anyway, Tom, what are you drinking? Chip the brains.
I'm drinking one of the best beers I've had in a long time, I got to say. Hop Nation. It's their new West Coast IPA. Plug and play.
Oh,
level
I
up.
didn't see that one.
Sucks
I'm
to
gonna
be
keep
you,
an eye out
Dan.
for that. Yeah, they only had Melbourne. They had Melbourne Fog and J Juice at the bottle shop. I didn't see that one there.
I went to the bottle shop before we started, and this had the freshly put on shelf sticker on it, on the price tag. It's 6% West Coast. It is super light for a West Coast, in terms of its like whole feel, not in terms of its flavor. It is full of flavor. It is crystal clear.
Wow. Yeah, it's my
this
type
is
of
one of the
West
best-
Coast. Looking at that color.
This is one of the best West Coast IPAs I've had in years. It's what they say here. So you've beaten the boss with a full health bar. It's time to level up. So they stepped up their limited West Coast IPA. It hit you with an even danker drop. So Lupamax, Mosaic, Strata, and Chinook hops. And you get heaps of pine and citrus. But it's still light, and you could, if it's 6%, you could put them away, but you know about it eventually. But yeah, this is perfect. This is when I said I wanted like a refreshing sour before, and I didn't get it. I wanted a refreshing beer, and I've just got it. So this is fantastic, perfect for this summer weather. Which is great because I've had I got to say, I've been a Hop Nation fan for years. But I found some of their limiteds were a bit hit and miss lately. But if this is a sign of them coming back, then they're going to return to their previous form, which was fantastic. So yeah, well done, Hop Nation. This is quite easily the best West Coast I've had in a long time. So my hat
What's
off.
what's the name of it, Tom?
Plug and play level
Oh,
up.
yep. I just found it on Beer Cartel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So while Dan does his online shopping,
5 stars. 5 pixels out of 2 pints. Work out the maths.
2.5.
They haven't got any 4-packs left. Son of a bitch. They must only have like a couple of singles.
So Ed, tell us a story, mate. What do you want to talk about? You've got the floor. Just throw you in the fucking deep end, mate.
Straight in the deep end.
Well, we've been dicking around for 15 minutes talking about beer. So
yeah, as it happens.
It's not often we get somebody from WA that we can actually talk
True.
the opposite side of the country beers. But
yeah, for sure. One thing that I saw this morning, which I don't know whether you guys saw, and it's a bit of trailer trash, which is the Adam Project.
yes.
Which has got Ryan Reynolds, Jennifer Gardner, Mark Ruffalo, and Zoe, what's her face from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Zoe
Saldana.
And it's done by the guys that did. Was it Free Play or whatever it is?
Free Guy.
Free Guy. That's it.
From the
So I watched
director, the producer, the writer, and the star. They're all in it.
Yeah, so I saw
So
that.
does that mean
this
Ryan
morning,
Reynolds
which
has done another movie?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
pretty
think
much.
it comes out in
March.
11th or something like that.
It's a fucking. It's been a sleeper, right? Because the
I didn't
trailer
know
looks
about
good.
it, and then it's like a month. It's like a month away. So
But it's a Netflix movie, isn't it? So
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I'll throw up the trailer while we're talking about it too for those watching on YouTube when I get around to uploading it. No, it you don't get too much other than time travel. Ryan Reynolds plays some sort of time traveling spaceship pilot who goes back to visit himself as a child and his father that presumably passed away when he was very young. So I got some vibes out of it. I got some Captain Marvel and the starting sequence from Guardians of the Galaxy vibes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I've very much got the Guardians kind of vibe from it. So yeah, kind of looking forward to that. The other thing I was going to talk about is I've been trying to play Ghost of Tsushima.
Trying to play. What do you mean trying to play?
Yeah, well, I say trying. I think it's a beautiful game, but I'm actually really struggling to play it. I've been saying that I've played 37 hours into it. I'm like halfway through Act 2.
It's a fair chunk of it.
So it's a fair chunk of it, but I don't know. I find running into the same groups of Mongol. I was going to say something else a little bit derogatory there. I'll call myself Mongols. And just a little bit repetitive.
I say that shit all the time.
Yeah, so I found it a little bit repetitive, but in saying that, I actually played a couple of hours of this morning and finally got into it.
Nice.
I've watched you a few times on your Twitch channel, which we should free plug, man. The Big Easy Eduardo. So that's all one word.
Check it out.
EZYEDUARDO. I'll throw up the URL and I'll link it in the podcast. But I've watched you play Ghost of Tsushima a couple of times on your Twitch stream.
So I've had a couple of shots at it, and
I did get bored after about 10 minutes, but that's not you. That's the game. It's just watching somebody else run around an open world sandbox.
But it's one of those games where I want to enjoy it, and I'm like, it's taken me a bit of time to enjoy it. And kind of
is it because you listen to the show and you've been told to enjoy it? Because I think Tom
I've had a lot of friends like, oh, you really enjoy it, but I just couldn't get into it, and it actually reminded me of a buddy of mine who is a massive Days Gone fan, and when I say he's a massive Days Gone fan, is that he will, every time there's an update for Days Gone, he will play the game again.
From scratch.
From scratch on Survivor, and he can pick up everything they've changed. And I've been trying to convince him to play God of War, and he gets as far as cutting down the tree right at the start and throws it in.
Like 4 buttons.
It's an interactive prologue sequence. It's not even the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he kind of gives me a hard time about Ghost of Tsushima, and I just keep on reminding him about God of War.
As somebody who's sunk, and this is where I struggle with the whole new game plus concept, because so many games have implemented it. As someone who's sunk 200-300 hours into a game, an open world game, to get the platinum and explore every facet of that game, there's always 20 other amazing, mind-blowingly good games in the queue. And so the idea for me to go and play the fuck out of something until it's complete, according to the developers, and they gave me a trophy in platinum to show for it, to then go and do a new game plus and play the same thing again. There's been games like Days Gone where it has interested me passingly. I wouldn't mind doing a Survivor in the hardest difficulty just to see how long I live. But investing another 300-400 hours in a much more difficult version of a game I've already finished, when I could go and play 3 other games in my queue, I'm going to go play
Pete, I got to question your actual timekeeping skills on this. There is no way those games take you 300 hours.
So I've got... Horizon Zero Dawn was 100 and...
Unless you're leaving the controller there for like 8 hours and fucking off and doing something else.
Yeah, I'm rubber banding
Like when you said that, like I'm actually flabbergasted because I know you can game, so I'm struggling to idea of... I put 400 hours into Destiny 1 and I played that game for 6 months. It's a long time to be playing that game.
Horizon was 120 hours. 300 hours is pretty close. I think I'm at 247 hours for Assassin's Creed Ragnarok. Not Ragnarok. Fucking, I'm getting games mixed up now. Valhalla.
Yeah.
Fallout 3, I easily put 300 hours into platinum that. Fallout 4 was the same. New Vegas was the same. Those are big, long, slow games, though. So I was talking generically. It's not everything's 300 hours. But
No, I'm just confused by that. Like, it just doesn't add up for me. I don't know how you're putting that much time into those games. Like, you just run out of things to do. There's no way you could play Horizon for 300 hours. There's not enough in that game to make up 300 hours.
that was 120 hours, that game.
Yeah.
I've got a question for Ed on Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
What isn't grabbing you? The story, the gameplay? I know you said you're running into the similar group of Mongols.
I was actually thinking about it, and I think I must be doing something wrong in picking up quests and side quests, because I'm just finding that I'm bouncing from like one side of the map to the other. So there's a lot of space in between, kind of getting everywhere, and I think it's the filling out of the open world, which I think I'm now kind of starting to it's starting to grab me a bit more. But it was there was just seemed to be a fair bit of nothingness, and that's what I found, because it was kind of, you run into the same kind of groups. But yeah, with the second act and kind of opening up a bit more, there's a bit more to kind of run into. But that was my biggest thing of trying to get into it, was just they were just seemed a bit too open.
You need to get into your Zen space and just enjoy the little trot through the Japanese countryside.
Yeah, I think
go and sit on a waterfall rock and write a fucking haiku and chill the fuck out.
Then go into hot springs. So.
Ponder the. I've seen those sequences. And ponder the fighting stances and styles of the praying mantis or something. Although that's Chinese martial arts rather than Japanese.
Yeah, so I kind of got into probably like the second third of Act 2, the second area, and that's kind of running into a bit like today. I kind of I ran around for a few hours and ran into a lot of different kind of camps, and did a bit more, which made the kind of couple of hours a lot more enjoyable than what I'd kind of experienced to date, which was kind of scratching my head of what took so long.
And most of your gaming time is spent playing Final Fantasy 37 online or something, isn't it?
Yeah. I've got to get out of that addiction of Final Fantasy 14. Which is like any kind of MMO online thing. You kind of once it gets
you're on the
scores in,
treadmill.
it gets you. But
It's hard to kick the habit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough that I've got to a point where it feels like a chore, and looking forward to this time next week where it's a bit of Horizon Forbidden West, and I think
But Ed, you could grind for another 40 hours to get +1 to all your stats on your armor pieces.
Oh, I know. I could get a fancy. I'm gonna get a fancy hat that I'll just never wear anyway. That I'll hide anyway.
Mind you, you have to. Yeah, beyond the 40-hour grind, you're then going to face a beast that's got +1 on all his stats, and he might drop another piece of armor that has +1 on all of your stats, and so the treadmill continues.
Yeah, and you start all over again.
You're running your fucking ass off and going nowhere.
Exactly.
Same old MMO.
So yeah, hence why and that's probably what's taking a bit of time to get back into playing open worlds again. But so I'm starting with Ghost of Tsushima, and then I've got Horizon Forbidden West next week, and I think in March there's A Strange Paradise, which is another Final Fantasy, but that's the kind of your stock standard.
You're escaping Final Fantasy, but you're waiting for another Final Fantasy.
Yeah, for another Final Fantasy. It's hard to be a Square Enix bitch, but hey,
we've all been there, mate. I feel you.
I've never played a single Final Fantasy game. I've got no idea what any of it's about, other than it's a JRPG. And if their game translation to a westernized brain is anything like watching some of the original anime that we all grew up with, I just don't know that I could play it, because I've watched some.
You should try the 7 remake.
The 7 remake was good. Yeah,
that was good. That's a good place to jump in for you.
I've watched some critically acclaimed anime and just gone. Have I lost IQ points because I don't follow what the fuck's going on right now? Like, I just don't get some of their anime, and if the game's anything like that, I'm going to be running around a world saying the same thing. Like, the fuck is going on? So I've always kind of avoided it. Yeah. Sorry, Tom?
I said you need to expand your horizons. The 7 remake's a good jumping in point if you wanted to. That's where I would say. My first was 10. So I jumped in at 10 on the PS2. It's the first one I played, and it was a bit jarring to anything I'd played before, but I actually really liked it.
I don't
12
mind
was my
difference
favourite.
because it's original, and we've been talking so much about tropes over the last season or so of the podcast, and it obviously anything that's completely different and out there breaks those tropes. I don't know if I've never known if it's going to be a bridge too far.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The 7 remake really rewires your brain playing so many, like, Ghost of Tsushima, Days Gone, Witcher. I mean, they all have different sort of combat mechanics and that, but they're all still
The
one's
same
a
style of
shooter,
game.
the others have swords and magic and all sorts of bits and pieces. The Ghost of Tsushima has all your Assassin's Creed kind of stealthy bits as well. But basically, you can turn one game off, jump into the next one. You're going to work out your controller scheme pretty quick.
Yeah, apart from the muscle memory of I have to press circle instead of X to dodge
So
or jump.
the Final Fantasy VII remake will rewire your brain on combat mechanics. It took me a good while to get my head into the space of the, like, just how it all interacts. Just not sort of having direct control of the character, but not having direct control of the character during combat, and jumping between people and
then, but once you get into the headspace, though, it's pretty fluid, and it's like it's amazing the way they think of the combat working that way. I think it's super clever.
Oh, I thought it was great. Yeah, I thought it was a fantastic, different spin that great in rewiring, and that's really the only one I've ever played. I've never really played any of the others. So
yeah,
Ed can
they
correct
did
me
well
on any
with
of this.
in the remake to actually take control of your party members. So I remember playing 15, which was probably the first Final Fantasy that I played in a long time. And not being able to take control of your party members was quite frustrating. You'd be running around, even because the battle mechanics in that as well was extremely clunky. And it was
So
hard to do.
How many FF games have there been?
That's a fucking deep, dark rabbit hole to be asking. I'm going to go and pee while Ed and Tom discuss this.
Well, there's 15 main games. So the last one out was Final Fantasy 15.
Okay.
Yeah. And then there's like all the tactics games and all the little offshoots of that. So like there's 10 1 and 10 2, but then 13 has 13 1, 2 and 3. Like there's all these little offshoots of certain ones. And then you got 14, which is online, and like that's its own beast as well on top of that.
So what's attractive about the game, Ed? What's got you hooked? Is it the storyline? Is it the characters? Is it the world?
I think the majority of it has been the storytelling. That's always probably been my kind of hook to the Final Fantasy series. Is they've always been two things. It's the story, and they've always had cracking soundtracks as well.
Yeah.
They've always done that really, really well.
And are there any Yorochka Dojin style penis tentacle monsters?
I mean,
That wasn't a
weird
rhetorical question.
to ask, but it's a classic Peter question to ask.
It is.
Will I be fighting penis tentacle monsters?
Does anyone get the reference to the original manga that I'm talking about?
No.
Yorochka Dojin?
No, over the.
Oh my god, it was famously weird for Western culture. Anyway, we're not going to go into too much detail because I'll have to bleep out the rest of the episode. But yeah.
Speaking of making reference
Pete,
to old manga, is I watched the first episode of Hitmonkey.
Yeah, you were saying, yeah,
and it reminds me a lot of one show that I haven't watched that much of, which is Archer, but the graphic kind of violence of it reminds me of Akira.
Archer's funny too.
So yeah, it's got the humor of Archer and the kind of the violence of Akira. So that's that's one show that I'm looking forward to kind of watching a bit more of, which is it's quite entertaining, and just the whole premise of a monkey turning into an assassin to get rid of the
confused look on Dan's face.
No. He's talking about Hit Monkey.
Yeah, straight away. But yeah, it's so far it's actually quite once now that I've finished Boba Fett is to get into a bit of Hit Monkey. And
have they dropped the full season?
Yes, they have.
Okay, cool.
They were one of the best. I've never read any Hit Monkey comics or graphic novels or anything like that. But there was one Deadpool run where Hit Monkey focused. Hit Monkey was a very prominent character in the Deadpool run, and it was fucking great. Like, just having Deadpool go up against him was just a hilarious mix, and it was something I'd very much like to see in an animated series.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, no, it's good to see kind of like the ultra violent, kind of extremely kind of adult humor, like cartoon floating around, which is nice to see. So I've watched the first episode and found it quite amusing, and more than happy to kind of sit down and waste a few hours binging on it as well. So
I'll have to check it out. I'm currently balls deep in Vox Machina, which is exactly my kind of humor. That's an animated series on Amazon Prime.
Do you want to try and pronounce that name again? Because I think you butchered both words.
Vox. It's a 3-letter word. I can't butcher Vox.
Yeah, when you rewatch this, when you rewatch to edit this, you pull yourself up on that one and tell me you didn't butcher both words.
Yeah, okay. It's Vox Machina. How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
I think,
You went a bit Sean Connery there. Vox Machina.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly.
Nothing wrong with a bit of Connery.
Bring in the Vox Machina, Moneypenny.
So maybe I'll check that out when I'm done with that, because Vox is releasing 3 episodes a Friday, and they're only 20-minute episodes. But that's I won't talk about that too much now. But yeah, I'll have to check out Hit Monkey. Cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely rolling into Hit Monkey soon. I think I've got this week off, so I think it'll be my go do some shit and then jump on and watch an episode, and then go do some shit and then jump on.
How long's the episodes? Like roughly?
Oh, I think they're half an hour from memory. They're not too long. So
yeah,
you've got to have those kind of series in your life, don't you? Those 20 to 30 minute episodic. Don't need to think. You can have them on in the background.
Something like you're cooking dinner or something. Just put it there on your phone.
Big Bang Theory and those How I Met Your Mother. They're all kind of in those in that period of time that you don't have to concentrate on it.
Yeah, I realised when I was going through Netflix a couple of days ago that I hadn't watched the final 2 episodes of Rick and Morty, so I watched them this afternoon before this. So I was very chuffed when I got on there, and there was some that I'd missed. So
it's exciting when you forget. I mean, I keep going to Disney Plus because I've been going through Clone Wars, and because I still haven't finished, and I'm on season 6 now. And it keeps reminding me that I never finished the Marvel's What If series, and I just look at it and go, and I'm never going to, because it was shit. Anyway, I think we'll probably wrap.
I'm not taking the bait.
Not taking the bait.
I'm not taking the bait.
Thank you very much for joining us, Ed, and for all your support over the last 5 years, mate. You're the unsung hero in terms of supporting the show and always throwing up some interesting comments and trying to provoke conversation online that unfortunately fails, but it's not through your failure. It's just people don't want to engage.
Yeah, no, all good. Happy to support, and thank you guys for having me on and doing this podcast on a regular basis. So it keeps me entertained on those boring, mundane Friday mornings at work and gets me ready for the weekend.
Well, trying to keep it as consistent as we can. Although this month is probably a bad time to say that, Ed, because I'm staggering the episodes this month as hard as I can so that we can get the 2 complicated episodes out in the month of February in a clean way. So we're already behind schedule on the YouTube video, which you would know, for the last episode. And then this might come out Thursday, but it might not. Who knows? Anyone's guess.
Anytime you can get well, I know you can get out of your Democratic Republic of WA there, but you can't get back in. But if you do make it over this side of the country again in the next decade, hit us up, and we're always available to go and talk shit and have a beer, so we can get some people together and meet up, and it'll be good.
Oh, if you haven't done the Marrickville fucking beer crawl, mate, it's gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. When I finally get some freedom and State Daddy lets me out and lets me back in, I'll make sure to hit you guys up.
State Daddy, please.
And on that note, thanks again, mate.
Thanks, man.
Cheers, boys.
Thanks, bro.
Welcome to the show, Suey. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
And I'm sure the listeners are bored of hearing me say this by now, but it's our 5th birthday, so we've been getting all our long-term supporters and friends and past guests on the show. And have you been on the show? I think you have.
Yeah, long time
ago. That's how organised I am.
Yeah.
Back when it was Bounty Hunter, probably.
Yeah, back when it was in the... Yeah. We haven't really had any guests on in the last... Unless we've done a live one, because we haven't.
Liam was the only one.
Years. Yeah. Well, if Liam filled in while I wasn't around, yeah. Yep. But otherwise, we haven't really done it. So even though you're much more well equipped to do it these days, Pete, we haven't really done it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as I said before, we can also get remote guests in while we're all at my place in person. So we've got a lot of flexibility thanks to COVID. But yeah, no, thanks for all your support over the last 5 years.
No worries.
Appreciated.
No worries.
And now we get to throw you under the bus and say, take it away, Suey. The floor's yours.
What? No way. Well, just before this started, Dan said he wanted to touch on first-person shooters. So, because I haven't heard, obviously, what you guys have previously spoken about. What was the general gist there? The age of the first-person shooter, or
what we're going to speak about after this?
Yeah, I was going to say wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Yeah, so I don't think we'll cover that. I think it was more like I will speak about what we just covering it a little bit, what we played in the early days, because yourself and Kel and Steve and Chris all got me into playing games again when we'd go to someone's house, mostly your dad's garage.
Yeah,
and hook all the PCs up together. And I was saying, I think I covered it. How you used to troll me if we would come up against each other. You'd bunny hop across the screen while I emptied entire clips at you, and you'd one shot me from 100 meters away. All those sort of things, all those fun memories. And yeah, I think we They were definitely the first time I'd ever played these games, Unreal Tournament. What do you remember? Which was it? Unreal Tournament 2?
It was Unreal Tournament 2004. So that was the title of the game, 2004. Because I think there was Unreal Tournament before that, but we didn't really play it at LAN parties or anything like that. I think once we started doing LANs, it was Unreal Tournament 2004. That was the edition that we started playing LAN parties. And I do remember dodging and ducking and weaving around everybody's bullets and all that sort of stuff. That was a fun game. That was pretty good.
God, the graphics were terrible. If you go back and look at screenshots from the original Unreal Tournament, because I played the original, and Quake, it looks like Minecraft characters running around these, in comparison to today.
We've come a fair way.
Not definitely. But you think of the memories from back then in the past, and they were mind-blowing at the time.
Yeah.
And
2004 is pretty good.
It's decent. But I think if you were to play it now, you'd sort of play it and then
you'd
go,
notice.
Yeah, I remember it looking better than this, but it's just your mind filling in the gaps, I think.
Yeah, you can tell that they're sprites for the explosions. They've got no rate. They're not a three-dimensional object on the screen. They're just a fixed perspective. No matter which angle you're looking at, it's always going to look identical.
The same, yeah.
But unless I can see my chest hair waving in the wind, Hasselhoff style from my character, then it's not worth playing a shooter like that. It's very important.
So what shooter now does that?
I don't fucking know.
It's the Peter Simulator 3000.
I'm sure there's a Skyrim mod for chest hair.
It most likely is. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I remember like that was probably the earliest memory I have of playing a first-person shooter with you guys. Would that have been the first one, or would we have started on Call of Duty?
No, I think it would have been
Unreal.
Unreal. Yeah, it would have been Unreal and Tribes 2.
Tribes 2, yeah.
And things like that. And then the Call of Duties and the Medal of Honors sort of played into it. And that's when you started to do the real cool sniper-only rounds and things like that we used to do.
Yeah.
Tribes
and then
2 was a
Kelvin
weird
used to
game.
sneak up behind you and pistol whip you all the time.
Yeah, he was the king of the pistol whip.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Tribes 2 was a weird game. I played that for a while, but I was young, and I think it was online, or it might have just been. It's probably the first shooter it can't have been the first shooter I played with randoms, but I remember just not knowing what the fuck was going on. I came into that game late. I just remember it was lots of fun to boost a rocket jetpack thing around and shoot the fuck out of people, but I never knew the map. So I was just randomly following dudes, and half the time I was shooting my own teammates. Just didn't get it.
Tribes 2, it was, the jetpacks and stuff was the highlight of that game, definitely, being able to boost up, boost down, and learn how to ski. So you could learn how to ski up and down the hills to keep your momentum going and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. And then one of the most fun and memorable play modes of that was the rabbit play mode, where I think it was some sort of, I think it was a flag, and you had to have a flag, and if you're holding onto the flag, you're getting points as you're holding the flag, and 32 other players in the server have to try and kill you, get the flag.
Wow.
So you pretty much grab the flag and you leg it. You leg it as fast as you can, as far away from everybody as you could, and you know, when you're a player sitting back, maybe trying to do a sniper thing, like what Dan would try and do probably a lot of the times.
Oh, he's a camper, is he?
Gotta love the sniper rifle. You would just see one guy go flying past, as fast as he could, and then 30 others just chasing behind him with discs flying off everywhere and bullets flying everywhere and all that sort of stuff. It was hilarious. It was really, really good. That was a fun game mode.
Do they make games like that anymore?
No. They might. Maybe ones I'm not aware of, but
it's kind of an end cap to the conversation we were having earlier, or which we will then play after this segment in the Timey Wimey podcast. So we're going to talk about the end cap first. That's weird. Do they still make experiences? Like, do we still have games that we play today that have that same wonderment and fun social experience in terms of first-person shooters that we had when we were kids growing up? And is it because the games have changed, or is it because we've changed?
I reckon it's the move to online, personally. I think most of that fun for me from playing first-person shooters definitely came from 4-player split screen or a LAN party where you all had your own screen, but you're there with your mates, and you're screaming abuse at your guy sitting 2 seats from you, calling him a screen cheat and knocking his controller out of his hand and, licking your finger and sticking it in his ear.
All the
stuff. Yeah. Just to try and distract him because he's doing really well and you're doing shit. But, you don't, unless you have a dedicated group of friends who, are still playing online, it's really hard to get that online friend experience anymore. None of my mates, all my mates that I played with are all now in different time zones. So it's it's impossible for us to try and get a game together. But then it's also, I'm on PlayStation, some of them are on Xbox, some of them are on PC. It's become harder to marry up. But for me, nothing will beat those N64 sitting around the one TV, the old CRT, trying to, having that kind of experience. But that's where it's changed for me.
So
yeah, definitely.
On the, because we do cover that a little bit as well, and I guess on the movement side of it as well. I mean, Pete's obviously talking. Well, not obviously. I don't want to put words in your mouth here, Pete. Were you talking more about the mechanics of it? Suey's probably the best person now to speak to about Battlefield 2040 something that's just come out.
Battlefield.
It looks like they were trying to do that sort of stuff with the grappling hooks and the wingsuits and things like that. And as Tom will mention, how everybody used to line up for the vehicles in the Battlefields. It seems
Battlefield 2 was awesome for that, though. The amount of shit that went down while you're waiting for a plane to spawn.
But it seems to be that they look like they're trying to get away from that or give people other options than waiting for vehicles. So,
but they solved it. Sorry.
No, I was going to say just the overall tone of the game for 2042 is very different to the previous Battlefields. Now, I haven't played a lot of the previous Battlefields. Battlefield 5 heavily I played, so recent years. But Battlefield 1 and the ones before it, even Battlefield 2, like I didn't really even play that online. So Battlefield 2, 3, 4, didn't really play.
This is actually the first Battlefield that's ever been released that I haven't played.
Yeah.
I've level capped most of them.
Well, the tone of them is it's a battlefield in a war. It's not it's a very serious tone, right? But 2042 has a different tone to it. You've got all your characters before your match starts, saying a one-liner, some sort of one-liner line or whatever to make a bit of a joke or whatever. Like, oh, I've had 8 cups of coffee today. I'm ready for this, And it's like that's making
a Call
joke.
of Duty.
That's a very jokey sort of thing, which, from what I understand, is not traditional of Battlefield to do. And
Not
even
at
at the
all.
end of the matches is the same sort of thing. Your match highlights, the guy who had the most heals or kills or whatever it is, his character comes online and says a one-liner as well, like a victory line or whatever. And that's apparently it's very Apex. I've never played but it's very, very much from that sort of a thing. So it's a very, very different tone to what you would expect in a Battlefield.
Yeah.
And I've seen videos of, comparison of the map layouts and things like that, Battlefield 5 versus 2042, and you'd go into a building and it'd show a side-by-side sort of comparison of a similar kind of scenario in a map. And Battlefield 5, there's, it's been destroyed, there's rocks everywhere, there's little fires burning out, ashes flying through the air and all this sort of stuff. And 2042, you go into this building and there's a window missing and there's a crate in the corner and it's just a bare room. Like, it's just a completely different atmosphere. The map design and all that sort of stuff is very minimal too, to it. So there was a lot of things that, people talked about and shouted out during the beta that happened over the weekend before launch. And they sort of said, no, this is wrong. That's not, where's this? Where's that? And then EA sort of said, well, you're playing an old version of the game. It's going to be very different when it fully releases.
Liar.
It was literally the same build. Like, there was hardly any different whatsoever. So
it's funny you say that, Suey, because I think I said it previously on one of the old recordings. One of Emma's family friends, their son was one of the developers for Battlefield 2042, sorry. And he has since left the studio because he was trying to get things implemented, and they were refusing to listen to him. And he wanted to bring back elements of 5 and especially 4 being in a modern setting. And
but that's not uncommon, Tom. It's not uncommon for a person to have a different take on things and get overruled in an organisation.
He was quite high up in the development team, though. Like, he's one of the people you should have been listening to, and it's quite clear from the fan outcry that they probably should.
That they would have benefited from it.
Yeah.
So just going back to what Dan was talking about before in terms of waiting for vehicles. So they solved that with a mechanic tweak 5 or 6 games ago, and that sounds like a lot, but there's been shitloads of Battlefield games where you can spawn directly into the vehicle from the respawn map.
I remember you saying
if the vehicle's available.
Yeah.
So there's no more queuing because the vehicle never spawns without someone in it because everybody's queuing up in the respawn fucking map instead. So at least, because what used to happen, what they solved was the griefing, not the waiting. Because while you were standing at the airport or the landing strip in Battlefield 2, you had TK. If TK was turned on for that map, you'd have the best thing you could do is get in a plane and immediately go to the other airfield, and you'd nail 7 guys just standing around, dicking around, jumping, and talking to their mates because they're all queuing for the fucking plane. It just gets 7 easy kills. So they solved all that. But the biggest, and I think I might have said this in the news. I don't remember if we're doing news. This is such a kind of a disjointed episode in my head at the moment. But EA have now said they're not doing any content for the next 9 months. So it's not until towards the end of the year that they're releasing any kind of free extra content.
For 2042?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So normally with these types of games, you're expecting new maps to be added at least in the first 3 months after launch. You typically get 2 or 3 extra maps, and then 6 months later you get 2 or 3 maps just to keep people hooked on the game.
Mm-hmm.
But EA have said no, we're not releasing anything at all other than bug fixes, and they still haven't fixed the leaderboard. So the game's been out for how many months now? 2 or 3?
November it was released.
November. Yeah.
Okay, so 3 or 4. They still don't have a leaderboard. And Suey, I was talking to Suey before we started recording. You were saying that's actually the leaderboard at the end of each match, as in how many kills, deaths, etc. you got. Like the scoreboard at the end of the fucking match is missing.
Yeah. Like the scoreboard is something that a lot of people use during a match to sort of see where they are, where the other team is at, things like that. And that is not very easy to access whatsoever in 2042. And then what people would do is when the match ends, then they would view the scoreboard and sort of see how they did. But in 2042, when the match ends, you can't see the scoreboard. Like it's match over, time 0. You don't even get to see the scoreboard, and you don't even know how your final result was.
So nothing.
Just mind-blowingly fucked.
It'll show some guys, who did the best shots, kills, or who
Kill
killed
cam.
the most. Yeah, and some random stats, and they are ridiculously random. Like you could have,
how many steps you took this match?
Yeah, like 30 sniper kills. You could have, 16 grenade kills, and it will show you coming up as, I healed someone twice or something like that. Like, like something that's completely useless.
Yeah.
Or I was a good support gunner in a helicopter or something. So I gave 12 assists, or
And the other
something like that.
the other thing that was missing is voice chat.
Yeah, not even voice chat within your own team and things like that. So people are, using Discord or
But they've
whatever it is
had
they use. But
so
I know
those
there was so many.
those two functions have been in play since Battlefield 2.
Yeah.
So what the fuck? And this is an interesting
and
discussion point.
across
It's a serious question.
all of other EA's properties that they were developing well before Battlefield 2.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
as well.
Battlefield.
So
previous Battlefield games had it. Like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The
made no
leaderboard's
sense.
always been there in
Yeah.
voice chat. So my question is, why do we think this is such a clusterfuck of a game? Forget the directional change, because it sounds to me like they're trying to be more Call of Duty. And
Well, more
like
Warzone.
anyone who's played both...
Or like
Sorry?
Fortnite. Sounds like more like Warzone or Fortnite. Like,
But Call of Duty is very much along those lines.
well, yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Call of
Warzone
Duty's
is
always...
now, yeah.
If you compare the two games, Call of Duty and Battlefield, as a IP, but Call of Duty's always appealed to the younger 12-year-old, 13-year-old audience. It's not to say there aren't serious competition players that are adults.
go fuck your mum.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of
Right.
stuff you get in the chat.
Seriously,
Master 69.
I seriously thought there was like a vote of like an audio cut in there. I'm like, what the fuck? How did
Someone just
somebody get in
hijacked the
here?
show.
Yeah, and I just look over and Tom's buddy doing his 12-year-old voice.
It's one of the many voices I keep in my
Yeah,
pocket.
so it's going to get dark quickly if we don't move on.
Yeah.
I'm
being too loud. I've got a puppy to see me.
Just to
You
make
guys
sure
keep
you're
going.
okay. So Call of Duty's always been more arcadey and it's appealed to a younger audience. You get like it's the old Quake style, quad kill, and you get power ups and random shit. And whereas Battlefield's always been a lot more serious, long range tactics. There's a strategy, if you like, on the map, but there's also a lot of tactical play. It seems to me like they've tried to bridge the gap or get closer to the arcadey world, and maybe it is for why you're saying, Tom. Esports is a growing industry and it's worth billions of dollars now. So pivoting your franchise to maintain, you got to talk a bunch of execs that are on a whiteboard, right? They've got no fucking idea how to make their own games.
Yeah.
So you can imagine a bunch of execs sitting around a boardroom saying, well, we want to stay true to our roots and keep our original audience, but we want to pivot to get a little bit closer to the esports audience.
Maybe, yeah. It might have been a case of, we've got a player base, we've got a fan base. Let's build another Battlefield game. Let's keep that fan base by having Battlefield elements in it, but let's try and switch things up and reinvent the wheel to some degree to maybe net some people away from other franchises and into ours. So they lost their identity by doing that. They lost who they were.
Sorry, you tried to do that with like Battlefield Hardline or whatever it was.
Yes, I was just looking up the name
Good
of
old
that
Hardline. I remember that
because they have done that, and I
Cops
hated
and Robbers.
Hardline.
Battlefield Cops and Robbers. Just call
But
it what it is.
it was around the same time that GTA
first-person
came.
shooter.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. It was around the same time GTA 5 came out. I think. Oh no, 2015. When was GTA 5? That's got to
the
have
third or fourth release of GTA 5.
Yeah.
To the Google.
To the Google, now that we can do that. 2013 was the initial release for GTA 5, and it was 2015 for Hardline. So they're in the same...
Definitely going off the back.
Yeah.
And it didn't do too well, right?
No, I didn't like it.
Bombed.
No.
Bombed straight away.
Then they did Battlefield 1, and I thoroughly enjoyed that game.
Yeah, well, I think that's
like going back to World War 1 brought me back all those memories of the old fucking Springfield rifles, with that ding when the fucking clip runs out, and you know the Thompsons and all the rest of it. It just brought back a lot of memories, but it was still infected with fucking kids.
We were playing Deep Rock Galactic last Friday, and I got a weapon upgrade, and it was that rifle, and it's like dwarven futuristic space, and the clip still ejects from the top with that same ding. It was very satisfying every time I had to reload.
You can't beat that sound. It's just like
so one of the claims to fame in the early marketing of the early Battlefield games was it was one of the first games to go to a firing range and record the actual audio of interacting with all of the original firearms from World War II. World War II, because it was 1942. And they've always had that legacy of being realistic. I mean, it was the first game I ever experienced with bullet drop in long-range snipes.
Well, because it was DICE, wasn't it? DICE is...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, DICE have the credit, like, as much as, like, for me, the most I've invested in DICE games was the Battlefront series, Star Wars ones. But as much of a clusterfuck as Battlefront 1 was, the re-release for PS4, at least every single model they had, they'd gone to LucasArts and they'd 3D scanned them in, and it was as close as you could get to the real thing.
Mind you,
give them credit for that.
Yeah, fuck yeah, and they've always stuck to that. But they've had some flops as well, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the list, and I'm not going to read out a list, but there was a Battlefield 2142 that was science fiction. It was all laser guns and mech warriors and shit, and it was fun because it was different and it was unexpected from that franchise. But it didn't really do too well, and then they went to Bad Company, which I thoroughly loved.
Oh yeah, Bad
1
Company
and 2, I enjoyed Bad Company.
Bad Company was hilarious. That campaign was great.
Yeah, and it was hilarious. It really captured that Vietnam sense of humor you get out of those old school movies like Apocalypse Redux, or Apocalypse Now Redux. So why do you think it's gone wrong with 2042?
No campaign. No campaign.
Fun. Yeah. No, that's been the case for a while. There's been those types of games have dropped campaigns before.
Yeah,
I'm sure
that's where they're going wrong
as well.
Bring back campaigns.
Yeah, but my question is, how do you fuck up implementing two basic features like a leaderboard and voice chat that you've had in your intellectual property for 20 years? What went wrong?
Yeah.
There's got to be some reason they've pulled it. Like there's
only something.
Yeah.
Do you reckon it was?
There has to be something internal that
or
I don't think the public will ever find out why.
Putting too much emphasis on having that many players in the matches? Because aren't they, 128 players in a match you can get up to?
So they've doubled the sizes, which isn't a bad thing as long as the maps are designed the right way. And I think the maps are probably not designed the right way. A lot of people say there's not enough cover, which is true. There are a lot of sections where you are just, a fish in a barrel to everything else around you sort of a thing.
So you're me.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me pose the same question a different way. Do you think, I'll share that Battlefield 5 was 2018, and whilst they've been releasing extra maps and little tidbits of content since, 21 is Battlefield 2042. It's the only release they've had since, the only major game release. Do you think COVID was the cause of a disconnection in the development group that fucked all this up?
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think it can be entirely blamed on COVID.
That sounds like a cop-out.
Yeah.
It's a genuine, I'm just asking the question to fuel the conversation, because...
No, I don't think so. I don't think that that had anything to do with it, especially in terms of the fact that, it was 4 years in development.
3-ish, yeah.
Well, probably even before
You
then,
presume,
the concept
yeah.
and everything would have been done already.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there was anything specific like that kind of an event to steer it towards the trash that it is now.
I just feel that, not incomplete map design, and sparsely populated maps, not having a leaderboard, not having voice chat. It's the 17th major title in the series, and to have these foundational issues, it's like not having guns.
Yeah,
We made a Battlefield game without guns.
yeah,
it's a big fuck up.
Yeah, it is,
and the fact that they haven't been able to fix it means. It feels like it's intentional that they didn't include it, and now they don't know how to retrofit it.
Yeah, I think they weren't prepared maybe for the backlash they got during the beta around
You'd
how
have
much
to be
was
fucking
missing.
blind Freddy to not predict it.
Yeah. I mean, most betas don't usually.
Suey, it's the end game leaderboard. It's like watching a football match and not seeing the score.
Yeah. Yeah,
you've got to keep track yourself. They're trying to implement a bit more
pen and paper aspect,
personal, personal responsibility on keeping track of your score.
Why,
you can't
keep the game whiteboard tally next to you.
Yeah.
I declare my KD is 7, motherfucker.
No,
they
ship you a Battlefield 2042 abacus with every new
abacus,
game.
Yeah. I was going to say they're going to start producing abacuses and give discounts on them or something. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's even a petition on what's it called? What's it?
I don't know. Change.org.
Yeah, change.org. I think they're almost up to 200,000 signatures already now. It's one of the most popular going on at the moment to get a refund.
To what?
Of the game.
It was
to get a refund.
It was in my news, Dan. You said that it wasn't newsworthy and we shouldn't talk about it, but I actually wrote it down. It was only 120,000 like 2 days ago too, so it's growing
I didn't
quickly.
think it was newsworthy, but this is within context of a conversation about exactly the same thing with a lot more shit around it than just saying this amount of dickheads want a refund because they're not happy about something. Now we have fucking context.
Okay, all right.
My dog's going to come back in a sec.
Yeah, just to see if you're all right.
Jasper just sat up because he's probably heard it through my headphones. Just
Sorry, Jasper.
He's gone back.
So before we get too much further in, and we're almost at time too. Can we talk about the beers we're drinking?
Oh yeah,
I know.
I'm
Suey.
halfway through my next one.
Well,
someone's on holidays, aren't they?
I've been on isolation for the last 7 days, so I haven't been able to get anything. But I've still got some beers that.
You're in isolation with your wife.
I was going to say, why didn't you fucking message me? I would have brought you some.
Yeah. Well, this is the ones that you brought last time.
Yeah.
Sunday Road Brewing.
Yeah.
Enigma. I think they call it an XPA now. Yeah.
XPA.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Enigma
big fan
and
of Sunday
Falconer's Flight.
And how is it,
Pops?
Suey?
Yeah.
It's not just about holding up a can. You didn't even read the fucking name out for us.
Yeah. Sunday
Look it up
Road.
yourself, Pete.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we've got that much.
Can't see it because the light's on me.
How did it taste?
Oh, it's good. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. No, it is. I'm not a huge craft beer drinker. I usually
Philistine.
Yeah. But
Each to their own.
it is. It is. It is one of those craft beers because there are some heavy ones that I'm sort of like, I'll have one, I'm good for the rest. I'll just switch to something else. But this is one of the ones that I can probably drink through
Sit
the
on
night.
and drink all day.
Yeah, quite nice. I'm not a huge craft beer drinker, so. But
And
this
that's
is
why
one
I
of the ones
bought you
that I
that pack.
Yeah,
What I brought.
Dan knows what I like.
Yeah.
It's the gateway. You bought him all the gateway drugs.
Yeah, basically. Basically, it was like
Yeah.
XPAs and pale ales, and
Yeah.
I threw like one or two of the bigger ones in there just so you could try them. But most of it was the lighter, hoppier side of things.
So how would you? How many pixels would you rate it out of 5 pints?
It's definitely a good up there. Probably a good 4, good 4.5, maybe. It's pretty
4.5.
close. Yeah, well, if it's a daily, if it's something that I could have on a daily
I
basis.
think that's a perfect score based on what you described, Suey. Someone who doesn't like too much craft beer, someone who doesn't like too many heavy craft beers. To find a craft beer that's easily drinkable and you can have many of, I think that's a 4.5 out of 5.
I think so too.
Tomo?
I am drinking So I'm going to apologize to one of our YouTube viewers. Gordon, I'm sorry I cracked this mixed 12 case without you because you stopped drinking because you're an idiot.
Stop drinking.
He's doing something like a triathlon.
Oh, yeah, I've got a couple of guys at work doing that.
Yes, Gordon, I just said that on the internet. Get over yourself. No one cares. No, I will be supporting you. I'm very proud of you for doing it, and he's doing well.
It's for children, disadvantaged children in school, from memory. I don't know. I bought some kid a backpack.
No, he's not doing that one. He's not doing
Oh, okay. Cool. Carry on.
He's doing a triathlon for the sake of doing one. He's always wanted to do it. But I had saved, we were going to do the Batch and Bucket Boys advent calendar together. So yeah, every can is blind. This is number 3. Unfortunately, I do work for Batch. Not unfortunately, I work for Batch. Unfortunately, I work for Batch because I know all the beers because I had to put them into Untapped. So this was the modern IPA, they called it. And it's, it's kind of their way of taking back from the pure hazy. It's not quite a straight like West Coast. It's nice and balanced. It's kind of like a midway point between the two. And yeah, it's gone down very well today. Actually, that's all that's left.
It's a semi-hazy.
Kind of went in 4 sips. But yeah,
it's a shipper semi-hazy IPA.
Yeah,
that works.
Unfiltered. Yeah, it's more West Coast in terms of its flavors.
Yep.
I guess is probably the best way to say it. I don't know if they actually put the ABV on it though. Oh, they do. 6.7.
Aren't they obligated to legally?
Probably. I don't know. The Cowboys out in Marrickville do what we want. But yes.
No, it's probably if it was from the Advent, it was probably recorded somewhere on the back of it.
They did give a brochure. No, they put it on the can. I just saw it. 6.7. They just didn't put the name or style. That was the whole guessing thing, and they gave.
It was like a clean skin.
Basically, yeah. But all biases aside, given that they do employ me, actually no, the fuckers haven't paid me in like a month and a half because I haven't been working for them. So you know what?
They haven't bought my opinion this month.
Yeah, motherfuckers. No, it's a good representation of a kind of hybrid of the two modern IPAs, the East Coast versus West Coast. And I'll give it a solid 3.5.
Cool.
Pixels out of pints, by the way, not sphincters out of dog scrotums.
I'm glad you
clarified
that because I was confused and I'm not.
You look
now.
confused.
Yeah, Dan.
I am drinking a friend of the Australian breweries, friends of ours, up in Queensland, Helios Brewing. This is a collaboration they did with a local sporting group, so Caboolture Sporting Group. This is Heracles Australian Pale Ale, 4.5%. So it's Helios, so everything is based around Greek mythology. So thankfully they have spelt Heracles correctly, which is very good. And
that's a beautiful looking can.
Well, they always are. They've always got this. All their artwork is great. I had their Imperial Stout sitting in the fridge for a long time because it scared me because it was 12% and I didn't want to drink it all on my own. I did in the end, but anyway. It was called Kronos, and it had like their depiction of Kronos on the can. But no, this is a fantastic use of a black and white character, which isn't quite capturing on the camera, but then this awesome turquoise background with a whole bunch of. They could be Hydra heads. I think that's exactly what they are. They're it's the Hydra snaking up from on both sides of Heracles.
If you can take a solid photo of it after the show, I'll throw it up on the YouTube version of the episode.
You've seen my photography skills, Pete. No, that's not going to happen.
Just walk outside into the sun and take a photo. Yeah, thank you.
It's really good. He'll edit it in post.
I'll repaint it. It's all good.
It's an Australian pale ale. It's a fantastic beer. This goes to exactly what Suey was saying. It's an everyday drinking hoppy Australian hopped 4.5% pale ale. It was really good, really refreshing, not over the top. The bitterness was nice and balanced, quite low, but still really well balanced for the rest of the ingredients. And it doesn't say on there what hops they used or anything like that. And it didn't seem distinctly Galaxy, but I have a suspicion there was a little bit of Galaxy in there. But the excellent job. Really, really, really enjoyed it. I'm disappointed I only have one.
Did they sorry, Dan, did they send that to you, or did you find it here?
They sent it to us. Yeah.
Damn, because
So
I'm trying to find. I want to
we-
find more of their beers. I've had like 2 of them, and I really enjoyed them, and I would love to find some more.
Do they not have a cellar door that you can just buy from?
Probably, but I
Maybe.
can get that.
Yeah,
craft beer.
we-
I want
we
to
do.
go round the corner to one of the many craft
Welcome
bottle
to
shops near my house
2022,
and
Tom.
find it.
We do trade-offs with one of the brewers up there because
Yeah,
he used to work for the same company that owns our brewery. So when he came down and spent a week with us at the brewery months before he went off to Helios. Helios didn't even exist at that stage, I don't think. And he was a very, very passionate home brewer for Adams, his name. And then when he moved over to Helios, he was very interested in our opinions on their beers. So we just trade off. We send them our limited releases, and they send us theirs as well. So
They're doing a rebrew of Kronos every year too. So
that wouldn't surprise me. It was a really good Imperial Stout. Yeah, it was.
Well, it's very different, right? So in 2018, it was a big breakfast stout, then a dark strong ale,
Oh.
Imperial Nitro coffee stout, and now it's an Imperial
Okay.
American Porter. So they're all very
Oh, that's what it was.
different.
Was it Imperial Miracle Porter? Okay, it was several months ago when I had that one. So
9.5%. It's a big beer.
yeah, if you look at all their artwork on there, it's all really cool stuff. I've
I
always
love
really
Greek
and I mean,
mythology, as you know.
my Greek mythology background, I'm very into what they're doing, and
My
an
arms.
absolute.
I think
it's
your
gonna
arms,
be-
you've got some Greek on you.
I've got Zeus's Thunderbolt across my top
On
of
the
my
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
It's going to be
platinumed all
years
the God of
before
War
they.
games, so
I see your full tattooed sleeve, and I raise you 2 platinum trophies.
Yeah, this isn't it. This is something else. So
Yeah, awesome.
Well, if anyone from Helios Brewing is listening, please get your stuff into New South Wales so that Tom can readily go and buy it rather than having to go on the internet. Because he gets
No, but
distracted
they-
on the internet and finds things that aren't the things he actually wants.
No, you can
And that
buy
was- that was
direct
a
from them by the look of it. There's a mystery mixed case of 24 cans from Helios, so it's not bad.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No,
sorry,
I'll definitely get
Dan.
into more. I very much enjoyed the few beers of theirs I've had. So
solid 4.5.
So
Absolutely.
4.25. I
Absolutely.
like how you say that because you hate
There you
quarter
go.
points, but then you say between 4 and 4.5. All right, cool.
Then
What are
I
you
let
drinking,
you pick
Peter?
whether you're going to put 4 or 4.5. So there you go. Whether you need
I'm
to balance
drinking-
out everything over the years, over the days.
Apart from I'm moving forward. Apart from the strong ale that I rebought because it was so amazing. Next time you guys come over, we can all enjoy it. I'm drinking the last beer in my house, and I had intended to save it for the next time you guys came over, but I'm sorry, I've had to
Them's the breaks.
sacrifice my stomach for the podcast. This is Jumping the Shark 2021
oh Jesus,
from Moondog. What, Dan?
how many
No,
percent is that
continue.
one?
Yeah, continue.
So
No,
it's a-
Suey's got absolutely no idea what any of that means.
Nope.
It's a
Tell him the ABV on it.
12.6% beer.
Wow.
Now
I'm
you,
just
now you
about
can
finished
gauge
it too.
mine and Tom's reaction, Suey.
I tell you what, this one's I much prefer this over the rebrew of the 2013 Jumping the Shark. So this is a cherry, chocolate, and coconut rum barrel aged and amphora conditioned imperial stout.
Oh, that's
It
the
is-
M4 one. Yeah.
It is spectacular. It is such a solid fucking imperial stout base. Zero alcohol. Like, you do not get any burn whatsoever through this. It's just too complex for that. And it tastes like those Cherry Ripe, the chocolate bar, did a dark chocolate Cherry Ripe for a while.
Yeah, okay.
That's what this tastes like. And again, I mean, Cherry Ripe has coconut in it, so I think that's a perfect description for it. That's what I'm getting. Lots of chocolate, lots of coconut, and just that undertone of that cherry bitterness.
Can you read that rum barrel read that last bit of the
Did I slur
description
it?
for me? No.
Rum-
It
okay.
didn't register in my
Too
head.
many words for Dan to comprehend.
So-
There was, yeah.
It's rum barrel aged and amphora conditioned imperial stout.
A rum barrel aged and amphora conditioned. Okay. Yep.
So they
Sounds
must have
like,
taken it out of the rum barrels after it had
And put it in
acquired.
amphoras, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Yep.
Moondog and Helios should do a little collab there. Use the M4s together.
M4 is, yeah, definitely. Yep.
Mm.
I remember when we were wondering what that was, and it's become so obvious because you actually used to destroy amphores in the original God of War.
Are you fucking serious? No, I would have told you exactly what an M4 was.
Oh, okay. I think you might have.
I
Actually.
studied them
we did
for
have some question.
years.
But Dan,
Tom,
they were
sorry.
full of red orbs, which gave you more health.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
right.
Let
So
you upgrade. In
did
God
you
of
have
War,
ghosts
yeah.
in the background? Your background just changed.
Mine.
Did it? Oh,
Suey.
that's the guinea pig cage.
Right.
COVID pets.
Was
I've been watching Tom Lasso. We're going to have to wrap in a sec, but I've been watching. Is it Ted Lasso? Sorry, which
Ted
everybody's
Lasso.
raved about, right?
Very
Tom,
good,
you
very
recommended it on this.
very good.
It's just a really good, heartfelt. No, it was Ghostbusters Afterlife. I am that 12%
What?
really getting to me now. I know, big jump. It was a bad joke about
That's a
guinea
weird
pigs.
collab
It was
right there. One's about soccer/football, and one is about ghost hunting.
No, I know,
Wow.
but it's
Slightly
just
different
what Suey
subject
said.
matter.
This will take us away. So something, just Suey talking about his guinea pig. It was a joke from the little girl in Ghostbusters Afterlife. What's the similarity between a cigarette and a hamster? They both only get dangerous when after you stick them in your mouth and light them on fire.
Really worried where that was going for a second.
Yeah, wow. We're not making those jokes, Tom. We're a highbrow fucking podcast.
Definitely. Oh,
And on that note,
I lied in our future section. Then we never got to talk about Doom. So, and for future people listening, I apologize for that. We didn't get to cover.
They'll
Doom.
Hopefully be the
We're
same
breaking
people
the
listening to
timeline.
this
We're
part
breaking
too.
the timeline. It's gone off. This is the darkest timeline.
We've just given Suey a hook into season 2, right? It's just the cliffhanger. So we'll just have to get Suey
Suey's gonna
back
come
on.
back and talk Doom.
What a
There we go.
shame.
Amongst
That
other
was,
things.
and also, I'm sorry, Suey. Before we let you go, that background was just
Oh,
the guinea pig cage just disappeared.
It just
Someone
opened
just
and
pulled the
closed.
blanket.
No,
and it was
one
a
of the
fucking
kids opened it.
Copperfield.
Yeah.
Looked like
'Cause
Copperfield
it's got a big
from where I
lid
was
that-
sitting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for all your support over the years, man. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Like honestly,
Thank you.
Very good to catch up and share a beer and talk some
Yeah,
shit.
man.
Mm.
Again, 30 minutes longer. Yeah? No?
30 minutes longer.
Do
What?
it for when you're back again. We'll do it for 30
Oh.
minutes longer.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
yeah. Like,
Oh, went right
you
over
missed
my
all
head.
of the in the middle words, Dan.
Must add more
All right.
words to a sentence.
Add more words.
Thanks, Suey.
No problem. Anytime.
Right.
All right.
That in there.
And we're back. So I think we're
What?
going to.
Are we? We're not recording.
Yeah, we are.
Mine says it's still uploading.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
You're-
no, okay. I don't have a dot. Oh, yeah. No, it's in the wrong corner. Sorry, my bad. We're back!
We think we're back.
Wow. This is going to be one of those really drunken episodes.
I'm not I'm not that drunk, to tell you the truth. It's just I completely lost where everything was on the page.
I, on the other hand, am absolutely trashed. So, what are you drinking, Dan?
do you want to articulate that a little bit better instead of
What
what
are
are you drinking?
What are you
All right, critique over there. Fucking speech pathologist that you are. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
God! If anybody, oh fuck! Oh no!
You sure you're not pissed there, Dan?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Cue,
It's
he
cue
says he
the
knocks
sound
over
of
20
aluminium
cans.
cans.
it was a single can, by the way, but it was behind my glasses. So what I had just before was Moondog. The Future is Bright. It's their solar powered IPA, so they're powering the brewery through
Yeah, I
solar
saw
power
that.
these days. It was
Really cool.
a fucking fantastic IPA. It was once again a fantastic blend of hops. It was really well balanced. I can't tell you what was in it. They tasted like pretty standard American hops. The balance was fantastic. The bitterness was beautiful. It was probably in the vicinity of sort of 45 IBUs. There's none of this information on the can, so I'm just 42 IBUs. Yep,
Just
there you go.
riffing.
Pretty good.
Pretty
must
good.
be a brewer.
I must have been doing this for the last 12 years of my life. 6.2%.
Jaded at all.
It was great. This is the exact style of IPA I love. No crystal malt in it, so you're not getting that sticky caramel heaviness to it. Beautiful blend of hop characters, really well integrated, and a good solid bitterness, not over the top and not weak as piss, and a good ABV. So 6.2 is a fucking sweet spot for me. Anything that's like 5.8 to 6.8, that's my sweet spot for IPAs. I really enjoy. I know 5.8, any of you Cicerone people out there are going to tell me a 5.8 isn't an IPA, but that's fine.
By BJCP, it's not actually an IPA, man. It's got to be above 6%. Have you even read the rules?
Yeah. I got pulled up on that.
That's my interpretation of a Cicerone.
You did that quite
Cicerones, please contact me at tom@bountyhunterbrewing.com.
tom@pixelsandpints.com.au. We've apparently got our first master Cicerone in the country too.
Yeah,
I
we
didn't
don't need to
realise
go.
there was a...
Yes.
We all know Dan's view on Cicerones.
So fantastic. Moondog.
Except Liam.
I was really happy when that was on the shelf at Quaker Cellars. It was beautiful, and I will be going back to purchase more. It was fantastic. And then I've moved over to
Sounds like a 5, Dan.
One Drop. Yeah, it definitely was. It was a spectacular, faultless beer. It was absolutely faultless. It was everything I'd hoped it would be, and everything it should have been, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I've moved over to a beer I've had before, One Drop Oatmeal Stout. Just a really nice 5.2% or something, 4.5% oatmeal stout. It's really just nice and light and chocolatey, not heavy or anything like that. So I'm on that now. So.
It's good to have some light stouts, because most of the stouts that I tend to drink are massive, big beers. They're all Russian Imperial stouts, or they're all, they start at 9% and go from there.
And they all have their place. It just depends. It's fucking 6:10 on a Sunday afternoon when we've already been recording now. To the listener, it's been minutes. For us, it's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
So it's everything has its place.
Yeah. No.
Also, I love an oatmeal stout as well, and the One Drop one is spectacular.
It is.
I remember trying the Founders Oatmeal Stout, the Breakfast Stout, in our early episodes, and that still stands out to me as I just love the Breakfast Stout because it does have that thickness that you would expect out of porridge.
Founders were very early adopters of those sort of things. They were really early on. I dare not to say trendsetters, because they probably weren't trendsetters, but they were very early on adapters of those styles to make them a little bit unique. Yeah.
And I guess that just shows, how far ahead the US beer industry has been of
at
the
least 5
Australians.
years.
Yeah, 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
What are you drinking, Thomas?
Well, I did just finish the beer we had while we were doing interviews and stuff. In honor of Eduardo, actually, I cracked a beer from Otherside, from WA. It was their Looper Max Hop Attack, their strong pale ale.
Is that like alligator skin on the label or something? Or
they're hop cones,
Hop cones.
and then if you look, there's one little sneaky little bugger. Look at him, just having a little. He's got little eyes and peeking out. It's like
it didn't show up
classic.
on the camera.
We couldn't see that.
It's got the classic kind of pulpy horror, blood dripping writing for the Hop Attack. It was solid. It's a 6% strong pale. It was more malty than anything. It was good. It was. I think it was part of that HBA pack. I just noticed
the Looper Max pack. Yeah, we've got that pack at work. We haven't cracked that one yet. That Looper Max. I don't know.
The fuck is Looper Max?
Looper Max is a. This is for James explaining what we're talking about. Looper Max. Looper Max is a hop extracted oil that is primarily used on kettle boil side, so whirlpool hot side of the brewing process, rather than the dry hop addition on the cold side during fermentation. It's a hop extracted oil that's meant to enhance the flavor of the hop that it's derived from, with less organic material. So you're getting larger extracts because you're not putting as much organic material into your brew. So you can you can pull out more liquid, a couple of 100 liters more, because you're not putting hop cones or T95 pellets or T40 pellets, sort of shit in there. So
and then I switched to, because I finished that beer and I wanted another one.
Before you move on, Tom, what was the? I've assumed Dan's Moondog Future is Bright as 5 out of 5 because he was.
You asked that and I said yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't remember.
I think I gave this one,
and the oatmeal stout's a solid 4.
I gave it a just under 4. I think like a 3.75 from memory.
Quarter point, motherfucker.
Dan's,
I'm gonna quarter point the shit out of you, boy. Yeah, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it real good.
You take that quarter point, you're fucking
gonna
like
love
it,
that
right?
shit.
It's either a 3.5 or a 4, and you're not getting a fucking 4, so you get a fucking 3.5. No quarter points.
Actually, for a while there, when I was starting out on tap, my mate bought me a subscription, so you can buy a subscription. It's a free app, but you can buy and you get more points, and then you can do it by point ones.
Oh, fuck off! Really?
Really?
So now I want to go buy a subscription and go back and rate every Australian brewery beer as like a just a piss stand off as like 3.9, not quite a 4,
not quite a
close.
4 yet. Yeah.
But you'll get there one day if you really try.
Close, but no fucking gold star for you, motherfucker.
10% more effort, and you would have gotten a 4.
But yes, so I switched from the strong pale and I went for something juicy. I've got a Mountain Culture Neighbor. This is the Splurge for Spoons, and it's fantastic can art.
Splurge for
Very
Spoons.
Nice. Which they say this beer name will make sense on the 5th of March 2022. So
they've done a few of those kinds of beers where you don't understand them until... Because what's coming up? Mountain Culture's doing their sour... No, they're doing an event soon, aren't they?
Their Rausch Beer Festival.
Yes, that's right.
Rauch.
I
don't know.
Pixels
already beat the
out of
Germans
5
once,
pints?
I can obliterate their language. For the Splurge?
Yes, and or describe the beer, sorry.
Yeah, it's a classic Mountain Culture Neighbor. It's juicy, bit of passion fruit, bit of grapefruit, nice. Like there's like a little bit of bitterness coming through. It doesn't say it's like a non-note cream IPA, but it's a bit sweet, which I wouldn't think would be the passion fruit, but yeah, it doesn't say it contains any lactose or anything, but it is a little bit sweeter and creamier than I would have thought for just their standard. When they label it a NEPA, it's usually just a bit more bitter. And yeah, I give it's a solid round 4 there, Dan. No quarter points. Sorry. 4.1. It's 4.1. Little bonus for the can art. There you go. They get a 0.1 for can art. Although it doesn't line up, so
mine's
that's why it's not a 4.2.
Mine's a night killer of a beer, and it has absolutely wiped the floor with my ass. Yeah, I can see Dan waiting for me to misarticulate things.
Yeah, no, so you're already doing it, so don't worry.
Yeah. No, I'm slurry as fuck, and I can feel it. So this is Moondog Jumping the Shark re-release. So it's a rebrew from 2013 that they rebrewed late last year. I've got the 2021 new recipe Jumping the Shark, which I was saving for you guys, but this is the rebrew from their original recipe. It is a cognac barrel-aged truffled imperial stout. And it is a massive 15.6%, which I reckon's got to be amongst the highest ABVs we've ever reviewed on the episode.
I
on
don't
the podcast.
think I've ever had a 15. I never had
even a barley wine sits at around 12 to 13.
Yeah, I had the Rhino. I've had an 18% beer, and it was just stupid. It just wasn't enjoyable.
But I've got to say, this is this is really genuinely impressive. IPA at 18%. Yeah,
that was the Gabs beer 2 years ago. Yeah.
To celebrate our 10th birthday, we've rebrewed one of our most ridiculously outrageous beers ever. That's such a true statement for this beer. So I hate truffle.
Really?
I hate truffle. I think it's a pretentious wanker ingredient.
Yeah, I love it.
And most of the time, when you're eating truffle, you're not eating truffle. You're eating truffle oil that's been added to the food, and it reminds me of the. It reminds me of the not the aromatherapist, the naturotherapists that have, the equivalent of dropping 2 drops of gold ointment in all of the oceans in the world and then extracting a random bucket of ocean water and saying it's got essence of gold in it. That's most of what you're eating when it comes to truffle.
Okay.
Can't stand it.
Yeah, right.
This does not have any noticeable truffle in it. It's a Russian Imperial Stout with lots of chocolatey coffee notes. Coffee certainly overpowers the chocolate, but you get that base Imperial Stout kind of body. And no detectable burn of alcohol whatsoever, even after it's opened up.
Right.
So for a 16% beer, it is genuinely impressive that they managed to pull that off.
I still stand by that fucking Baron of Barrels that we had.
Oh,
If
And
more
there is-
breweries were making shit like that, I'd give up. Like that it's just it's ridiculous how good that beer was. It's disgusting.
and I bought another one after that episode for us to share next time we all catch up. So that was Moondog's Jumping the Shark from 2013. I
think
am
I have
moving.
a Jumping the Shark from a few years ago in my fridge. They had a freeze-dried Quinn Tuplet IPA was one of their Jumping the Sharks, and I've got a Jumping the Shark bottle in there, and I think it's that. I don't know. Every time I look at it, I'm like, not today, Tom. Not today. Like that's
And-
definitely a sharing beer. Yeah.
I'm moving on to another beer that I haven't even actually opened. It's still in its 40
Bold
mil
strategy, Cotton.
glory.
Let's see how it plays out for him.
444. Yeah. I love Dodgeball. I haven't watched it in so long.
This
I
is a
always
beer
watch
that
it when it's on TV, and if it's like last fucking 10 minutes.
I've never seen it.
Oh,
I know it's a
fuck
cult
off,
classic.
man.
I need
You
to
never
watch
watched
it.
Dodgeball?
You'd love it. You'd love it. Oh.
It is one of those movies that is every time you watch it, it's like every mark is hit. Every fucking comedical line that is delivered is expertly delivered from every actor in that movie. And is just
that and the other guys. The other guys, I every time I'm like need something just to watch, I put that on and I piss myself every time.
It just is. Dodgeball is a league of its own within comical movies. It's just it's something that is such a it's such a
I
call.
see what you did there, Tom.
It's such a callback to the early, like, I guess, Bill Murray, Caddyshack, Chevy Chase movies that were such a stylized comical delivery and well written, well acted, but like silly Animal House, over the top kind of shit. But it's one of those movies that it was made in the fucking 90s or the early 2000s.
2004.
And it's just it's timeless. It is one. It's so. But it's also
when Vince Vaughn was at his peak. It was like when he was truly hilarious. Like everything he did was gold.
Yeah. And it's just, if you can fucking dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, man. It's just like
Rip Torn.
I will have to go watch that. I do need to tell you about my second beer because I appreciate why they've done what they've done, but I'm thinking I might have to sink pour it and replace it.
No.
This is a big call.
Don't
And
do
it's not through any fault of the craft brewing company.
You tell me as one of mine, I'm going to have to drive over there and slap you sideways. No.
This is Moondog, barn me, tell me that you love me. And
Pete had that,
say that you love
Tom
me.
had
sorry.
that a couple of weeks ago.
No, I
No,
can't
he
drink
didn't.
That beer.
Oh, is that
No,
not
he
the
can't drink
cucumber
this
one?
beer.
Oh.
No, it's full
Yes,
of
I
chili.
talked about this. I bought this because Kieran, I'm really glad we managed to fold Kieran into this episode while we're talking about our massive fans over the years.
Yeah, he's
Kieran
going to be
from,
the next one we get here.
Kieran from the Catfish in Fitzroy, he's not the sort of guy. I don't think he wants to be on the episode. He just wants to support the series. He sent me a message and suggested, and I would happily have him on the episode on the podcast because he's a fucking cool dude. He suggested this would be a hilarious beer because he knows that Dan hates coriander, and Tom's allergic to chili.
Yeah,
So he's covering bases here.
So he suggested that I get this beer as a joke for the episode and have you guys try it. It's a cucumber, chili, and coriander goza.
Well, I hate cucumber and coriander, so there's a double.
It's
there's a double dip.
4.2%, and
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you can taste it after that Imperial Stout,
mate.
Yeah,
it is so fucking strong. This Moondog.
Really?
This it's like chewing on a cucumber sandwich. I'm amazed at how much cucumber they get out of.
It's meant to be banh mi roll flavors, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but you get. It's almost like eating gherkins, like pickled gherkins. You get that real.
How spicy is it? Like, is it like
Pickled
a real
not
gherkins?
I'm pretty sure gherkins are in vinegar and they're pickled.
No, a gherkin is a pickled cucumber. So you can't pickle a gherkin because a gherkin is already a pickled cucumber.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
How many pickles
fair...
could you pickle if a pickle could pickle pickles?
Peter Piper picked yeah. It tastes like gherkins.
Piper picked a pickle pepper. Say it, Peter.
It's like
do it.
No, well, I'm not doing it. I'm too drunk.
Do it.
This is like drinking gherkin water.
Well, I mean, in that sour pack
I'm
I sent you the
struggling.
other day, you're getting a pickle goza.
I'm cool with
the
that.
batch in a pickle.
I used to drink the gherkin water when I was growing up, which made me fucked up.
Well, there is
I'm cool with
picklebacks
that.
as well.
Yeah, the old Jamison and pickle
Yeah.
juice.
It's Jamison,
But,
isn't it? I was just looking at what it was.
That's
Yeah.
a real
Jamison and then the
struggle.
chaser of pickle juice.
Yeah.
Or pickle brine, not juice.
Yeah, I'm struggling. You do get the back throat flavor of chili.
You know about things hitting you
Like
in the back of the throat,
that-
Pete.
Yeah, all the time. Fucking we're at. Don't turn this into one of those episodes. This is our 5th birthday special edition episode. Don't make it crass.
Oh, that was good. So subtle.
I'm gonna give this 2.5 out of 5 because
Harsh man.
2.5 pickles out of
I can't
gherkins?
do 2.5.
Harsh,
I
man.
can't do 1.5. I can't do 2.5. It's got to be 3.
Just do not write, this style of beer is not for me. Because if that style of beer is not for you, you shouldn't be fucking drinking it.
I agree. I respect what they've done. They have executed it well as
I guess
one
that's
of
the
Australia's.
rating. Have they made? Does the beer they've described? Have they made that beer?
Yeah, I don't get any coriander, but yes, they have.
Well, then it's
They
not-
have.
it's
You're
not
right.
a-
So
And
then
we-
you'd say it's that's when you.
It's
rate
probably
it.
like a
Exactly.
3.5 to 4 out of 5. I get it, but you also need to have some sort of expressive opinion in there. Anyway, shall we move on to our major topic?
I need
Let's-
to pee because we've now spent 35 minutes talking about fucking shit.
Well, take a
Been 22
break.
minutes since we started this.
Have a
recording,
Kit
Daniel,
Kat.
So maybe
Take a piss. I'll have a smoke.
get a stopwatch. I'll start the topic off while he's gone off and relieved himself.
No, I'm going
Um,
to. So
I'll talk to the people. I'll keep them entertained. You go for a
All right.
smoke. He goes for a piss.
Yep.
Then I get my moment with the listeners. This is the moment I've been waiting for.
the sexy moment with
Yeah.
Tom.
I'll get down low and really entertain them. So for our late night topic, we're going to be talking about some games through the generations. I'm going to stop using that voice now. So when the boys come back, we're going to look at, which I think is a really cool idea, is games through the generations. So we've picked one style of game. So for this one, just because we're kind of doing it on the seat of our pants, we're going to do first-person shooters. So we'll go look at some of the ones from the past of gaming and move through to kind of modern-day takes on them and just how they've evolved and where they've come from and if we see improvements, if we'd like to see things come back. And I think a really good kind of retrospect in looking at especially looking at games that we've played in the past and how they look with the kind of rose tinted view of the past and what those games actually look like. So yeah, games through the generations. We're going to be talking about first person shooters. Oh damn, we're still recording. I'm just been holding the fort and keeping the people alert with my lovely dulcet tones. I basically just introduced the next topic that we're going to be talking about. You're muted, by the way. Dan, you're on mute.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. So we're all relatively the same age. So what was the first-person shooter that you remember?
I mean, the one that sticks with me the most was Wolfenstein.
Yeah.
So
I think we're all
Wolfenstein
going to
was
say
my-
the same thing, which is the first-person shooter.
Well, Doom's the first
No,
person
no,
shooter,
no.
wasn't it?
Doom
Or
came.
did Wolfenstein come first?
Doom came after.
Ah,
Correct me if I'm
I
wrong,
was-
but I'm pretty sure Wolfenstein was the first.
Yeah, I
Are
thought
you googling or should I?
Wolfenstein was. Yeah, I'll look it up now. Yeah.
No, Doom came a few years after, and then there was things like Hexen and things like that. But Wolfenstein was the original.
So the first Doom was
Wolfenstein-
93.
Wolfenstein 3D.
Yeah, and then Wolfenstein 3D was 92.
Yeah,
There you go.
Because they were both id Software, and Wolfenstein was first. Yeah.
Ah, there you go. I stand corrected. Well, yeah, Wolfenstein, yeah, because I had that on that. Remember the same Apple Mac that my dad has in the garage. We're still playing Chuck Yeager's Air Combat. Yeah. But yeah, that was the first person shooter that I think everyone would have played. But
And it's
running through the Castle Wolfenstein, and then you eventually fought Mecha Hitler. and- yeah. It was stupid, but it was so much fun.
It was an amazing, groundbreaking transformation for, I guess, arcade video games or computer games in any format because of how. I mean, we got a few first person. Like, I don't know when Operation Wolf, the arcade game that you had, the Uzi, that would have been late. That would have been late 80s, early 90s as well. But
yeah,
outside
Operation
of
Wolf, I got it here. Operation Wolf was 1987.
yeah, so it technically, I guess
I was still a glint in my daddy's eye in 1987.
Yeah, so something like that was a first-person shooter, but it was a side-scrolling on rails first-person shooter. So you had the physical Uzi that you were holding on attached to the arcade machine, and then Wolfenstein then took it to that 3D level where you were no longer on a 2D side-scrolling plane. You were moving through, and
you could go anywhere in the level. If you wanted to backtrack to the very beginning, you could. If you wanted to run straight through, you could.
It's one of those crazy games that I still remember. Like, that was the first game I remember that ever had secrets in it. So I was constantly running up to walls,
running along the wall.
That's exactly it. And you were just looking at walls, like strafing a room, looking at the wall, just spamming spacebar. Like, okay, there's it all. Wow, yeah, okay, cool. There's fucking armor and ammo and shit in here, and it's like, I think
little gold crosses from memory.
yeah, because you were getting treasure, and I'm pretty sure this is really straining the memory for how many years ago it was that the chain gun was in one of those secret rooms.
Yeah, that's the only way you could get it.
Yeah. So those sort of things, and there was no internet to talk to look for hey, go to this map, like an overview of the map. There was nothing. You had to find that shit on your own, man. And it's like, get through it. You get through.
Sounds like Wolfenstein.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about.
We're talking Wolfenstein. Yeah.
So the OG first person shooter, and just it was groundbreaking and well and truly shaped my opinions on gaming from that. Like, I played a lot
100%.
of C64 games early on, but once I got that on PC, my view of gaming changed, and it was like, I love this. Like, I loved a lot of the C64 games, the Ninja game I played, the Batman game, all those ones on there. But once I played Wolfenstein, that was like, you know what? I want to be 41 and still playing games. and still
Look at us.
and still playing id games. Like I only finished
Yeah.
2016 Doom 2 weeks ago, and when
Yeah, I need to go re-pick that up. I've got.
oh fuck man, the end.
Also, I just miss it.
Yeah, it's just like I got Suey onto it, who we'll talk to in a couple of days, and I think that'll be one of the big things that we talk about.
We already talked to him in the episode. Don't fuck with the timey-wimey
timey-wimey
nature of
okay, sorry.
That's because you're thinking, Peter, that time is a linear progression from start to end, when in fact it's a big ball of timey-wimey stuff.
So when you've already heard Suey's interview just before this, we've spent plenty.
I butchered that quote too. I'm sorry.
We've spent plenty of time talking about Doom in that episode. So he's on to Doom Eternal. I'm not quite on to Doom Eternal yet. I finished.
Yeah, I need to get Doom.
I finished the 2016 Doom, and it felt and gave me the jollies that I had when I first played Wolfenstein and first played Doom.
Well, when I was messaging you guys the other night about not being able to pistol whip in laser tag, I was running around, and I've got a Bruce to show for it, which I showed Dan yesterday. I kind of drop rolled into a little wall, but I was playing the Doom Rip and Tear music from the 2016 out of my phone speaker as I was running around blasting everyone, because I got in the zone, and laser tag it's the perfect. It is Doom. You are playing Doom. You're running around really tight, narrow corridors, and people jump out at you, and
lots of energy.
Yeah, it's like you have to really think. Like you can't stop. You've got to be constantly moving, and the music in that game really replicates that. But
and then you roll from Wolfenstein to Doom. So if we're going timelines here, I mean you roll to Doom, and I mean, did Doom? You're going to have to correct me here, because Doom 1, did it have multi-leveled? Even though you couldn't aim up, if you pointed towards a demon that was on another level, it would automatically shoot up for you. So that
from memory, it did,
that was another big step, because I know Dark Forces did the same. No, Dark Forces you could actually aim up. Yeah.
Yes.
So Doom was the next progression, even though it was only a couple of years later. I mean,
they were very similar games, though, in terms of their graphics capability, in terms of their game mechanics. They're very, very similar.
What FPS isn't, though, Pete? I mean, an FPS is a gun and a person shooting at things to kill.
If you boil it down to that level, yes. But if you look at Doom and Wolfenstein, Wolfenstein and Doom, and Spear of Destiny and Doom 2.
Oh, Spear of Destiny. Wolfenstein, Spear of Destiny. Yep.
Yep. They were the 3 or 4 games in a row that were sprite-based games, where it didn't matter which angle you approached the creature from. They were literally just an image file on the screen. And so there was they never drew the back of an imp.
No.
You just came up.
But they had animated positions on that frontal view, though.
Yes, they did. And they had a side position with 2 or 3 different arm fucking animations, but that was as far as it went, and the game mechanics were very, very similar. It was all
beautiful.
It was groundbreakingly
beautiful in their simplicity.
new.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, yeah.
I think it's actually then very impressive. You think that we said Wolfenstein was 92, Doom original was 93, GoldenEye,
it's only a couple of years later.
Really, that's 95. Yeah, it's only 2
very
years, and they went from
game.
But then you're going to full 3D.
That's what I mean.
In your
character models,
characters,
and
it was
zoom,
a 64-bit
zoom was
game.
a big thing. Like being able to pick up a sniper rifle and actually zoom, you couldn't really do that. You couldn't do that.
No, there was no right click for zoom. No right click for aim.
Also, you missed Rise of the Triads, which was kind of a filler game in between.
You have to educate me on Rise of the Triads, Pete.
It was a clone. It was a Doom clone. Rise of the Triad. It was a later game, but it was very similar to Doom. It was set in that kind of post-apocalyptic, advanced technology world. You had like a mini nuke. It was the first game that you had a nuke. And I played a shit ton of it because
I've never even heard of it.
My dad and my 2 brothers used to play it on our LAN at home and nuke the fuck out of each other in that game.
So that
It
must have
predated
been
Quake.
That must have been later, yeah, because of multiplayer. I mean, multiplayer didn't exist until sort of Quake days.
I do have to correct myself. GoldenEye on the N64 came out in 97. Sorry, I was 2 years ahead of myself.
Right. And you are right. It was a 1995 game, Rise of the Triad.
And when was when was original
Never heard
Quake?
of it,
yeah. That's a good question. I don't know. How fast can I?
How fast can you type in your?
Wikipedia?
1996 was the original Quake.
Okay, so we've gone from Wolfenstein to
We've
Doom.
moved really quickly.
Yeah, so the advancements there are and then you've got you roll
for most
into
of us
Unreal.
as a gaming journey. But for most of us as a gaming journey, that was what we did. We went from Wolfenstein to Doom. Okay, I played Rise of the Triad. No one else did. And then you're into GoldenEye at the same time as Quake. They were parallel-ish releases. Quake really introduced the concept of we don't need a campaign or a story. We can just play with other people.
The difference there is GoldenEye was exclusively console and Quake was exclusively PC. So you've got
PC,
the PC elitist and then the console
Mark
plebs.
that.
No.
Hello.
No, because PCs did not cost anywhere near the amount that they cost these days. So they were such
there was nothing elite
basic.
about it at the
That was
time.
basic. They were basic systems, and
Yeah. That was back in the 386 and 486 days for some of these games, and I'm just trying to find when
did
the
you
original
tag me
Quake
for
was
my
released.
my C-bomb there again,
96.
Pete?
I did.
Good.
I did.
Original Quake was 96, I think I said.
Yeah. So it's all around the same time, and we did have an explosion of the gaming industry built around first-person shooters around the same time, and it really did push gaming technology and the hardware that ran these games.
It really did.
It's maybe it's not quite as formative as like the porn industry pushing video technology, but certainly games were.
I'm not bad comparison. It's actually
it's not.
not
I know.
a bad
It's not one. It's not what I would have originally thought of. I think that's the thing.
But it's not a bad comparison.
Porn industry
because,
pushed video technology. Games pushed PC technology.
But it was probably first-person shooters that pushed PC gaming technology to move to that next stage. I mean, once these guys started,
it's Twitch-based real time. They needed to improve the graphics.
Hey, once you could what's the fucking meme that you can like a Batman one that when it's Dark Knight when he wants to turn his head back out of the driveway. When you want to aim up in a fucking first-person shooter, I mean, the technology has to advance to be able to accommodate being able to freely aim.
Free aim.
Rather than
free
hip
aim.
fire.
That was free aim, and free aim was a first-person shooter invention that has been implemented in a million other games and all the other genres. I mean,
probably rolls.
Our RPGs are all free aim, but that technology came from first-person shooters.
Yeah, definitely, completely agree. Did I mention it briefly before? Did either of you play Hexen?
Yes.
Yeah. Hexen was great.
It's a brilliant game. And they did
Hexen was Doom, but in high fantasy. You had staffs and everything like that. It was.
I remember walking around with the withered hand and the green bolts.
Yeah, it was a beautiful use of color and everything like that. It was the next step up from Doom's BFG green bolts and the blue bolts from the plasma
big fucking
rifle.
guns.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
They did 3 Hexens.
They did,
and
right.
I know that I played the first 2. I'm pretty sure I played all 3, but. I have memories of the first.
I have very, very fond memories of the Hexen games, and then we roll from this era. We roll into Unreal Tournament, things like Tribes. I don't know whether you guys ever played Tribes.
Unreal kind of stole the concept of Quake and built on it.
Yeah,
and then destroyed. And then over the course of time,
Unreal Tournament 2003 was it? That was the. Was that one?
Well, it was just the original game was just called Unreal. So the Unreal engine was all built on the original Unreal game.
And Unreal Tournament was a future was a further on game.
Yeah, future based shooter.
Funnily enough, the first-person shooters that we're talking about back in that era, because we're still talking mid to late 90s, early
early
noughties.
2000s for some of the Unreal stuff. Yeah.
So it spawned games like Destiny, which was Destiny Descent. Sorry, Descent. My apologies.
2010. Yeah.
Descent, which was a first-person sci-fi spaceship shooter, and so it took all of the core premise of a FPS at that time and turned it into a science fiction, three-dimensional scrolling spaceship shooter. You were this small ship, and you went through like the castle, not the castle run, the trench run theme from Star Wars was the entire Descent game. So, you know, the FPSs that we grew up with spawned numerous generations of whole other genres by taking what had been built and moving forward with it in different directions.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I did play it. Yes.
Brilliant game.
I didn't, unfortunately, but yeah. But that's the thing. Like, I'm looking at
before your time, Tom.
Yeah,
he's not that much younger.
99 was
old
definitely before my
motherfuckers.
time. But I think the big thing, and this is when we're talking about especially games through generations. So we get to like GoldenEye, you still had limited health.
Yes,
I think like if we talk about that, like, and that's something that I really wanted to talk about in the way that those games evolved. You go through the GoldenEye and early Battlefield like series where you still had to call a medic to heal you or you die. But then you go to, and like it's a bit of a generational jump. Sorry. You get to your mid 2000s, so it's not that long. It's 6-7 years.
Yeah,
and you start seeing the rise of these games where when you duck behind cover, you heal. And how that
just not get
changed
hit.
a first-person shooter, like, because it used to be you just, you know, especially when you're talking about like, the early Wolfensteins and like the Doom and GoldenEye. Like, I remember in GoldenEye, like playing multiplayer with my brothers and sisters and my dad, and we'd be playing 4-player, and you just had to bolt, you had to sprint, and you knew where the armor points were.
Yeah.
But as soon as you started losing the yellow health bar, you had to get that blue one back up, or you were dead. But now, when you look at it, you can just duck behind a wall and you'll
just wait.
Lose the blood splatter in your eyes, and then all of a sudden you're back. Yeah.
All the Battlefield, all the Call of
changed.
Duty games, all of... And that's still true today, right? That is the present generation of health mechanics for most FPSs.
I have to interject here that this is exactly where Doom 2016 shines. You have that limited health, but they have a beautiful way of introducing the extra health. What you pick up is obviously you get that old Doom and Wolfenstein feel where you pick up the health packs that are around. But if you can if you can pepper the demons in that with enough bullets that doesn't kill them, but increases the glory kill is the term, and you can run up to them and hit a glory kill, you get health. So they're encouraging you to get more health through a game mechanic that is showing off the shit that they've built. Because the glory kills, some of them are absolutely fantastic. Some of them are great.
I remember you talking about the chainsaw kills.
The chainsaw is a different beast altogether. The chainsaw gives you... So it's a complete... So in the original, the chainsaw was your melee weapon. It was just your base melee weapon. So in Doom 2016, the chainsaw is a special weapon that if you kill a demon with the chainsaw, it drops ammo to refill all of your guns.
Right.
And they really push you in the 2006... I know we're off our timeline here, but they push you in the 2016 Doom game to use all of your weapons. So they give you limited ammo, and they force you to switch between your weapons for different types of enemies, but also for your ammo capacity. And the chainsaw, you get petrol for it, and if you got one.
Well,
oh no,
we've just randomly lost Dan.
Dan just dropped out. But he's right. So if you have seven bars of petrol, you can kill a cyber demon, which is exactly the sentence he was about to finish, and I'll finish it for him. but it brought back, and it really created a divide in those games. I finished your sentence for you, Dan. Don't worry, mate. I got you covered. It created a divide especially in like 2016 between those games where it like playing between them. It really separated you as I'm good at first person shooters, but then you go, oh holy shit! When I'm playing an old school first person shooter, that is so much more intense because I can't just wait and cover and heal. I've got to go. Like when I think of all the Call of Duties I played, I'm like,
you can go further back. You're right, but you can go further back and say that an Unreal Tournament player could not play Quake effectively because whilst they're both very similar games, they were different enough that a really good Quake Tournament player could not play Unreal Tournament and vice versa.
I remember playing Unreal Tournament because you had to you would hit those gravity pads and just be shot across the entire map.
Yeah, and then you had the railgun sniper. It was probably the first sniper gun I've ever played with.
Yeah.
What were we going to say, Dan?
Pete, do you need to pause this and start a new session?
Probably do.
Right, I'll kick off. So it's multiplayer, and that's really where first-person shooters jump into. Is they go? I mean, my memories of the early 2000s and playing games with mates is LAN multiplayer. I think of playing Battlefield 1942, and it was the rise of the World War II shooter, I guess. When it's like it stopped being fantastical, and it was like, well, why don't we use this real horrible thing that happened? There's no other way you can really describe a world war, but it's like, but it's so full of content for those kind of games. It's like
they
weird
still
double-edged
draw
sword.
on now.
Yeah.
They're still doing World War II games. And I certainly hope that we never have something that horrific again that they're in 100 years' time they can draw on anymore. Because we've had enough. Thanks.
But yeah, no, like, so like, I think that was the start of like the Battlefield series. And that really changed the scope of the world of first-person shooters was the Battlefield and Call of Duty and the Medal of Honor series. It was 3 competing studios making very similar games, but the gameplay always felt so different. Like Battlefield, to its credit, always had vehicle gameplay. You could get a tank, you could get a Jeep, you get planes,
jets, helicopters,
everything. Like one of my most fond memories of being in my late teens, early 20s with, group of mates after we finished school, and we would go to the internet cafe in Chatswood and we'd fire up Battlefield Vietnam, and in playing Battlefield Vietnam, they had the full soundtrack. So, you'd be playing Fortunate Son as you're flying a Chinook helicopter over the jungle. But then we referred to that as the mum bus, like a Tarago, and we'd be like, oh, can you come pick me up? Because I've been dropped in this section of the map, but I need to get back to where all the bots are. Can you come pick me up in the mum bus? And we'd all jump in the Chinook and then be dropped off at the actual fight site where it was like, that was the capture the flag point. And I guess that, like game modes in first-person shooters really changed that multiplayer element. Like, if you think back to the GoldenEye days, it was always just deathmatch.
When I said to you 2 seconds before Pete cut to where we are now, my first multiplayer memory, I said, was Unreal Tournament and those sort of things, but it actually wasn't. It was GoldenEye. It was sitting on GoldenEye on my little CRT TV, which is smaller than the monitor I'm looking at now, divided into 4, playing local co-op with probably 3. The 3 of us, and the 4th screen was empty. 4-player GoldenEye deathmatch. I mean, that's so many people our age. That's our first experience with deathmatch.
For a lot of them, it's their first experience with games.
Yeah.
Like the N64 was that was the turning point for a lot of people for the home console.
Yeah.
Like
definitely.
plenty of people who were like into it had, Sega Master Systems and NESs and SNESs and stuff. But the 64 really
changed the game.
Yeah. And then it was the PS1, and then from there that's like the early days of the console war.
See, I made a huge jump there because I had a PC which I played Wolfenstein, Doom, those ones on.
Yeah.
And other games as well, but we're talking about FPS. And then I had the N64, which I had GoldenEye on. And then I never had a PS1. I went straight to PS. Oh, okay. I went straight to PS2. Well. Yeah.
Well, I went 64, GameCube, Wii, PS2. I became a Nintendo boy for a while.
See, I didn't. I had 64 and then straight to PS2. I had an outdated PC at that time. And it wasn't until I was able to fund my own gaming habits in the early 2000s where I would eat baked beans and sandwiches because I was spending all my money on building PCs, where I made the transition back into the PC territory, which is what me and Suey covered with our early LAN game and online experiences with Quake and Unreal and things like that. I mean, it was a very tumultuous time, I guess, with not really the console wars as we understand them now. It was not as.
But I distinctly remember being like one of the guys who had one of those consoles, and it was just because we were on consoles. But I had to pack that into a bag and wrap all the cords up on my controls and all that kind of stuff, and I would lug this like 20-kilo bag full of console. But if I'd had a PC, I would have done the exact same thing. So we could.
Transporting PCs, I used to take my PC tower, and I used to put it behind the passenger seat of my car, like in the back seat, in the footwell of the back seat, and then I would roll the front seat back and tilt it back so it securely held the tower in the cushioning of the passenger seat. And you getting in that passenger seat, you know what? You're sitting in that fucking position because
you don't touch the tower. You don't touch the tower. Yeah.
I'm not compromising my tower for your fucking comfort.
Yeah. I still do that with like when I picked up my PS5, I wedged it behind the passenger seat in the footwell, and then I put the passenger so no one could see into my car and see that I had one of those precious things like in there. Like I felt like I was in like a GTA mission. I was like, I've just got to get home. I just got to get home. I just got to get home and plug it in. No, it'll be all fine. Yeah.
The next problem outside of that, so a PS5 box is roughly the same size as a tower those days.
As a tower, yeah.
And then the next thing we had to lug the fucking monitors around. The CRT
monitor, keyboard, mouse,
monitors. God
and every single cord you needed.
Like... Yeah. It was all had to go into a bag. If you were... I'm not an organized person, so I never had Velcro ties for anything. So all of my shit just got dumped in a fucking bag.
Pete gave me all this microphone stuff. I've never used any of this stuff like that.
Yeah, that's exactly
it's a thing that I have in my house now.
Yeah. So my monitor would sit, my big ass monitor, because I actually had a big monitor in those days, and it would sit face down on the back seat. And then the seatbelt would go around it because the fucking thing was so big. It was literally as deep as
we don't even need to explain to Pete what we're talking about. He's heard that. And he's like, "Oh, you're talking about transporting monitors." And
monitors, it's fucking ridiculous. The ridiculousness of the shit that we are all, other than you, Pete, with that stupid thing that you have that's like a desk wide. But this monitor I'm looking at now, it's a maximum of an inch thick. Like you take the stand out of it, and you can slide it into anything. You just sit on the back seat.
I remember I could not cram. I went to where is it? Auburn, and bought two 21-inch CRT monitors, and I had bragging rights for a solid 12 months.
The fucking size of the box. That would have been for a 21-inch fucking CRT.
I could not fit the boxes. I could not fit the boxes side by side in my Lancer. I ended up leaving the boxes at MSY Technology, which is still running today. Yeah. I put the two monitors face down exactly as you described when I came back. Yeah. Seat belted them in. Yeah. I had two 21 CRTs in the back of my Lancer, and there was you couldn't fit a fucking playing card between them.
We got
that was how we had to do it. Like we had to do it. Yeah, you had to pack it all in and take it to your mate's house and then set it up and then hope for the best that it fucking worked.
This was
Or-
first-person multiplayer back in the day.
LAN
This-
parties,
This
man.
is the
like
the start of the day. Yeah.
the micro PCs you used to build that had full-blown hardware in it, like full-sized hardware in it, but in a micro tower with a handle welded onto the top of the fucking 486 box, so you could pick it up and carry it to your mate's place. Yeah.
No.
It
Never
No?
had that.
no.
I was just
Okay.
I was saying to Tom that my tower and my PS5 boxes there, my tower back in the day actually probably was bigger than the PS5 box.
Yeah. Oh, easily. I mean,
No, I'm not talking about the console. I'm talking about
Yeah.
the box that the PS5
Yeah.
came in.
Yeah. I'm
probably
running
was.
on
I
a
think it
full
was
tower
bigger.
now.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you on a full tower now, and the thing's like it's almost as high as
Yeah, but graphics cards these days are freaking enormous. So
yes, they are, but anyway, big fucking
Yeah, but
PCs.
I mean, But now, like, let's jump forward a few years, and now you're playing your mates online, and that's never guaranteed anyway because you have to be online at the same time. Like you used to devote, like where we talk about
Time.
devoting time for the podcast. We would have devoted 3-4 hours to killing each other in a first-person shooter, but we'd all be in the same lounge room. Or
and
whatever.
you'd spend the first 30 to 60 minutes dealing with tech issues and
yeah.
who's got DHCP
Oh,
and what's the
PCs.
IP range and like of the LAN and
Yeah.
that was part of the game. That was part of practice.
So when we first started, I probably shouldn't cover this here because I'm sure Suey and me covered it in the 20 minutes in the timey-wimey bullshit that is now this podcast.
That we will record in the future, but
we
have
will
not
record
yet,
in the future, but has
we'll
already
put
been
in the
listened
past,
to
yes.
in the past. Yeah. We spent a chunk of time always sorting out. So we played Tribes as well as online Unreal Tournament.
Never
Yeah,
played
and-
Tribes. I played Tribes 2. And apparently that was a
Tribes
big
was good,
game.
man. Skiing in Tribes was fucking great. It was an awesome way to move across the maps.
Yeah.
And those sort of things. And I mean, it's like you guys know, and I'm quite open about talking about it. That I'm fucking IT illiterate. And to this day, these guys still sort my shit out for me. And and it's just it's one of those things. Back in the day, I was like, "Oh, have you done this?" I just like. Keyboard. You guys,
You just sort your shit out. Let me know when it's ready to
language
go.
you just said to me was foreign. So you come you come over to this keyboard like that 2 meters and sort this shit out for me. And
Well,
we were playing on pirated versions in those days. We didn't
Yeah,
own a
oh, yeah.
version each. It was a fucking pirated version with a no CD key that we were running.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good
The
old no CD key.
keys.
I remember well. We actually got, a funny story for everyone. We got banned from, so most of my mates and I, we all did music together. We got banned from the music computer room for 6 months because they finally clocked on that we were all using it as a, not COD.
The gaming network.
Yeah, we're using that to play, what's the
Little
terrorists
War or
versus
something.
cops? Famous-
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike, yeah. So we were playing Counter-Strike, and then they were like, cool, you guys have to sit facing, like, we need to see your monitors, so we have to face them all. So we'd switch the monitor cords.
You were doing this during class.
Well, no, we'd take over the room. Be like, oh, no one can do any music stuff on the computers because we're doing our Year 12 projects. And then, like, so we'd sit on the computers.
We
We'd
need
sit
to
on the
determine if the terrorists win.
Oh,
Like that's an important Year 12 project.
yeah, exactly. No, but we'd sit so that our monitors, we would be like, we'd use the opposite computer to the monitor. So the ones that were facing, they'd all be off and be like, we're just doing music stuff. But then we'd be using that computer. We would install the game and then play it on the opposing monitor and the keyboard and stuff just by switching all the chords around. And it took our teachers a good solid 6 months. And once they figured it out, they were like, you guys are all banned. None of you can use any of these music computers. Because it was like, why all of a sudden all these Year 12 students on a Friday afternoon spending 3 periods composing music on the computers and laughing and cheering and jeering about it? And it was just like, yeah, because we were playing.
We used to do that at work. When my first job, we had because we were in Microsoft tech support, and so all our prefixes were MTS, and so we had a group in the company Gal called MTS Fragfest, and every Friday afternoon at about 4 p.m., all the PCs in the department would turn into Medal of Honor, Allied Assault, and that was our Fragfest. And the game changed, but that's kind of where it started with MOHAA. And we would play until fucking 9 o'clock at night. The company would put on pizzas. That was a culture within the organization that these are the hardcore nerds, first-person shooters, fucking LAN games.
Yeah.
And it defined the social background that drove the massive online Battlefield 2042 style games that you see today. 128 players, internet-based. You've never met these guys. It all started with 16 guys bring a PC to someone's house who happened to have a network. It was a hub at the time. It wasn't even a router.
Hub, yeah.
Have a hub. Everyone plug in. One or two smart techie guys would figure out how to make them all talk to each other, and then you'd go and play like Rise of the Triads or Doom or
and
whatever
you'd
wanted to
start
play.
playing, 7 p.m. and you wouldn't finish until 4 a.m. And then you'd...
That's the genesis of the games that people take for granted today, man.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
But it's also it's got to be something there that, like, I understand the communities, and I mean, this is hard to talk about now because of Suey being beforehand. It's one of those things.
You're really going to have to dictate to him what we talk about when we do talk to him.
I know. So he runs one of the Discord servers for one of the big Australian Battlefield guys. So he runs the Discord server for this player that plays Battlefield. And Suey plays Battlefield too. And don't get me wrong, he's a fucking insane player. Like, he's just... I've watched the videos he's put together and sent to me of his Battlefield games. It's like, how on earth did you see that guy through that fucking fog that's like 2 pixels high? It's like nuts. And it's... I forget where I was going with this. Oh, yes. No, that's where I was going with this. So I have these memories of these guys in Suey's dad's garage, which was a double garage where we had all the trestle tables set up. And it was... We're friends now, 20-something years in the future of doing these sort of things. I wonder where these relationships of these people now in this online community, I know it's a community and I know they're friends and I know they're online friends, but
there's no physicality to a lot of those relationships.
Where is that drive now? And I kind of feel sorry for these people that are only connecting on these games online now, where we have these massive lifelong friendships now of these people that have gone in and
they're pretty. They're almost brief flames. So like they're like brief relationships with a partner. Like, so like I think back to when I got suckered into Destiny 1, I got suckered in real hard, and I was trying to do raids and all this stuff, and like my brothers kind of played it, but they didn't get into it as much as I did. And so I went on the Find a Game servers, and I was like, put up and be like, hey guys, I really want to do X raid or X mission, but I can't do it myself. And like, the looking for game.
It just popped up on my Steam playing Fallout 4.
There you go. Good on you, Suey.
Yep.
What a great game. But yeah, like I ended up playing raids with a bunch of guys in New Zealand, so I would have to time difference, and then I ended up playing with a bunch of guys in Sweden. And like would have to time differences them to be like, we can do
the same
this
thing
together.
with Battlefield 1942 clans. There was the old Telstra official clans.
Yeah,
they would have their own leaderboard. It was all Australia, New Zealand. It was run by Telstra, and you would join a clan, and there'd be 6 players. It was a 6v6 match, and they would keep score, and there would be prizes, like real life physical prizes at the end. Sorry,
but it's interesting. It's a definitely
no. It's just that they are brief flames. But when you talk about like you and Suey and how you guys have, because you're in person, I imagine if I play with these guys in person, we would have forged like much better friendships.
Yeah,
and it would have been great. But because of the rise of online multiplayer, it's so much harder to like, because you just jump in, jump
Everything's
out.
Everything's about casual gaming.
Yeah, and they were like, we tried to like set up message boards and like try to keep conversations going, but because of the time differences and like, life will get in the way, but because you don't actually physically look at the person or know the person, like haven't,
you've got no vested interest
simply
in that
embrace
person.
them and being like, man, we just fucking finished that raid, give me a hug. Like, Jesus Christ, we just spent like 8 hours doing that. Like, it takes a little bit away from it.
So I guess now that I think about this a little bit more, I'm obviously very deeply invested in this, the early 2000s FPS gameplay group that we played. So I met this group of people through Chris. So Chris worked with Suey, Kelvin, Steve DeLandro, who I actually went to school with. They were all working at the same place. So they were also working with a person who will remain unnamed at the time. And this person was dating a certain other person. And I had the hots for that certain other person. And through this group...
I zoned out for a second. I didn't but it's
a lot of random links.
Through this group, I actually met my wife. She was dating another guy within that group who was a complete dick. And all of the other guys eventually saw that, and he got ostracized from the group. Unfortunately, at that time, she fell out of contact as well. Eventually, she came to her senses and left that idiot, and she recontacted that
no
group
bias
of guys.
whatsoever in that story at any point.
He married her, man. Like he gets the ultimate rights to dictate the story, right?
Yeah. So she got back in contact with that group of friends, which we were still the group of friends, and we've been together 14 years. Like literally, the time that she recontacted that group, I reconnected with her. 2 weeks later, we started dating, and we've been together 14 years. Like that is the connection that this group has. She is Suey's eldest son's godmother. Like this is the connection that has come from us playing these FPS shooters,
first-person shooters in a garage,
person in a garage. Like this is something that is so missing from gameplay culture these days, because LAN parties don't exist. I guess they probably do exist, but not to that. If you've got a group,
they definitely do exist. You see, but there's a lot of stories popping up. Yeah, but there's a lot of stories popping up of like, there was one that was, it's completely heartwarming, but it's a guy who he had never met the guys he played with, but then he got diagnosed with a terminal illness, and the guys all like left wherever they were to come and be with him while he was in his last moments. But that's through the power of like. They were a tight gaming unit, but they took the time and the effort from online gaming to really form that kind of same connection that you guys have in that LAN gaming. It happens. It's just not as like there's definitely not as common as you have to physically bring everything together with people.
I would love to see that happen again. I would love to see people just get their shit, like at whatever group, whatever age you're doing it. I would love people to see, just pack up your shit, move to a friend's place, and actually play in the same room with each other.
We can hear them screaming when they fucking snipe you from the other side of the
Stalingrad. That's exactly it. You could fucking turn around, your mate snipes you from the other side of the map, you can fucking physically punch him like like a meter away.
And then
you
someone accuses you of screen looking, and you're like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. The old screen look.
I knew where you were.
Yeah. But I think a lot of that subculture has died along the way.
Yeah, it has. It's unfortunate.
There's no physicality to gaming anymore. And whilst you might go out of your way to do it, it's a, like I said before, a pocket subculture. These days it's built into the game. As opposed to like the only way to play with your mates is online using the built-in console online system.
Yeah.
And Battlefield 2042 is in dire straits right now because they still haven't organized voice chat in their game, because it's such an intrinsic part of the game now. But it's something that you didn't need voice chat in MOHAA. There was no voice chat. The voice chat was I yell over the bank of fucking monitors at the motherfucker who just sniped me. That's where all this came from.
And I was the aggressive motherfucker too. I would throw shit. Me and Chris were
not surprise me in any way, shape, or form.
Me and Chris were really bad too. Like we were literally letting off firecrackers in a fucking 2-person garage. Like we were bad fucking trolls. We were in-person trolls at the time. It's like some of this shit I really regret.
But that's where trolling started too, Dan. Like that was back when you could actually see the physical reaction. It was all about the reaction and you laughing your ass off, even if they weren't.
Yeah.
And it's just
my favorite thing to do when we were playing, in internet cafes, would reach over and pull out my mate's like USB mouse. Like, shoot me now, motherfucker. Like, because you would be able to reach over and just go yoink, see ya.
Well, we ended up going down on a trip down memory lane, something hard.
Beautiful.
But I think that was
perfect way
that
to
was
end the 5th birthday. Yeah.
It's the evolution. It was the evolution of the series. I mean, we all started playing Wolfenstein and Doom solo, together, like on our own, and then it was the evolution of the thing. It was the evolution of the series of the.
It spawned so many other genres of games that we haven't talked about as well. But
I mean that was the whole idea of just focusing on FPS, and I think we've gotten to the ultimate point of.
Are we at the present day? Because we've talked.
I think
about,
the only other thing we were going to talk about in terms of the gameplay changes in that we touched on it briefly in a couple of times in those things was. Yeah, it was the change from running around picking up armor and health pickups to
hiding
just being able to
cover until you recover.
It really changed those games, and I don't think for the better. Like,
I think the first Drake game that I played recently was
third person. Nope, doesn't count.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Doesn't count.
But,
It doesn't count.
He's right. He's right in the sense of
it was reminiscent of those styles of games.
The healing mechanic, though.
Yep. But it doesn't count.
It doesn't.
So, did you guys talk about Call of Duty, BioShock?
No, we didn't hit BioShock. We didn't hit story-driven, the modern story-driven. So, obviously, the Doom and Wolfenstein were early, very vaguely story-driven. But obviously, BioShock was the new.
It was
all the way from BioShock to Infinite were the very heavy modern story-driven.
The tech had gotten to a point where it could take a backstage to it being a way to tell a narrative story.
Yep.
So you
had pockets of really intense story amidst pockets of semi-intense gameplay.
Yeah.
But even if you look at like 2016 Doom, like the story's there, but it's kind of weaved throughout. It's
background noise.
It's more background noise. Like, but compared to BioShock, which is in your face, and
it's a story that happens to be delivered through a first-person shooter package. It's the opposite end of the spectrum. And then you got Battlefront, and really Battlefront and Battlefield, because they're the same engine. It's the same game, just different skin. And then the Call of Duty kind of rivalry that's been going on now for 15 years.
I think Call of Duty, and I'll say this in front of everyone, I think Call of Duty's slowly been ruining the first-person shooter.
Like, all of those yearly releases that are dropping the storyline,
same
modes,
shit, different year. Like, even the stories aren't
but
that
Battlefield's
good.
been doing the same. Battlefield's been the same game since Battlefield 2.
Yeah,
right. It's the same concept. Tickets counting down every time you die. There's a reserve ticket that's taken out of the equation, and the first person to wear the opponent down loses. Two sides. It's the same formula since Battlefield 2, but they have been divergent games. Call of Duty is fundamentally more arcade. Drop in, play a game, all 5, drop out. You don't have to touch the game again. Battlefield's always been the sort of game that if you want to get good at the game, you need to play it enough to unlock the best shit to allow you to be good at the game.
But
also, it's Battlefield for me is always more a complete game because it's on a battlefield, and on a battlefield you have vehicles, and that's my biggest thing about Call of Duty. Was you'd never get in a car, you can never get in a tank, you can never get in a Jeep. Like one of my favorite things, like my little brother is Battlefield obsessed, and he has been since Battlefield 4. He picked that up on the PS3, PS4, whatever.
It's funny, every time you say your little brother, I imagine like a 12-year-old logging on and playing Battlefield.
But it was when we first started.
He's probably
he's so good now.
In his 30s or 20s.
He's mid-20s now. But he's so good. Like he's gone through every single class in Battlefield and ranked them up to general. He's on those kind of like probably on the same things that Suey's on. Like he's on kind of exceptional servers where you get invited to play on them because he's that good. And then I get on there and I'm like playing on his PS4 and I'm like, what's this? And he's like, I remember when he first got Battlefield 4 and he was like already like screaming through the rank system. And I was like, oh, can I have a go? And he's like, yeah, sure. And I was like, cool, what can I do with this? He's like, oh, some people think it's funny if you strap C4 to the front of a little buggy and then you drive it up to a tank. And I was like, that's fucking hilarious. Watch me do it. And he's like, my KDR, why are you ruining my KDR?
It's all about
and I'm like, cool.
Fucking leaderboards.
Does this helicopter fly? Can I fly the helicopter? He's like, don't get in it. And I was like, see you later. Bye-bye. And it's like, but it's that competitiveness. Like he's great at it, but I'll never be that good. Get me on like a story game and I kick his ass kind of thing. Like I can finish a full, Horizon game in the time it takes him to, start it up. Like,
but it's also like
eyeball,
the couple of things you just spoke about there. It's also the people that are stat focused versus the people that want to like strap C4 to the fucking drone
just because it's hilarious.
Fly it. It's because it's fun. Because it's like game breaking. The guy that ejected from the jet and killed the other jet with the bazooka and then parachuted
landed
dove
into his
back
own jet.
back into his own jet.
It's the Zanderbook move, or it's a famous YouTube video.
That's
And
exactly
then he puts
it.
it to the A-Team music.
Yeah,
But
that
but
sort
you
of
can only
shit.
do that. You can only become a meme if you like just break the game by not giving
Also,
a fuck about.
he has to be that good at it that he could be able to do that.
He was undoubtedly highly skilled, but
Yeah.
he also just bucked the trend. Everybody's so serious and fucking paralyzed by these rules. He's just like, nah, fuck this. You know what would be really funny? If I can pull the shit off.
That is the shit we used to do in
Yes,
LAN
the
games.
creativity.
100%,
Suey would be fucking bunny hopping while I was trying to fucking hit him with a bolt action rifle, and he'd just be bouncing up and down, like, and toying with me. Like, this was.
Oh, man,
like, he could have taken me out in one shot, but he just wanted me to like unload 3 clips and not hit him.
100%. But
And
that's
then
what
he
you did
hit
in a
me.
LAN party.
Yeah.
It's like the old Halo Blood Gulch. You get in a warthog and you have someone with a sniper rifle in the tower, and you just be like drifting around being like, fucking shoot me, come on, you can't hit me while I'm drifting. And it's just being like, you're just being a dick for the sake of being a dick because you're all having a big laugh about it.
And you're all in the same room, whether there's alcohol involved or not. You're all in the same room.
Go back
having
to
fun.
GoldenEye, slappers only parties.
Yeah, slappers only.
Stupid.
We
the
used to do.
stupidest gameplay mode that ever existed.
So
And
we
you
used
had
to-
so much fun.
So we used to do no guns. It was either unarmed or mines. Right?
Yep.
So we used to do proximity
Proxy
mines.
mines. It was always proxy mines.
And I used to go proxy mines.
or
and I
throwing
used to,
remotes.
I used to put the proxy mines on the top of the door frames. So when everybody went through, they'd all be looking down low for the proxy mines, like on the sides or down low. But you put it on the fucking top of the door frame, get them every fucking time. Every time.
I was a big fan of the fling remote mine, but you could use the AB to set them off with your watch as they were midair.
Yeah.
That was always a fun
Yeah.
one to do because everyone would be like, "What's he throwing?" And then all of a sudden they're blown up. And you're like,
Yes.
I think on that note, we should probably wrap the episode.
I think that's a perfect place to wrap.
the-
That's
that's
memory lane
perfect.
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Well, thank you very much for listening for 5 whole goddamn years.
Thank you.
That's pretty
I thought you were
significant.
going to say 5 whole hours. I
milestone.
was like, it hasn't been that long. Close, but not that
Has
long.
for us, but not for the listeners,
That's true.
thankfully.
I've got to go. Well, yeah, organise dinner.
Hmm.
It's been a birthday treat for us going down this memory lane. That was fun.
Yeah, it
It
really
has.
has.
Definitely has. And I agree. We need to keep doing these, Pete. We spoke about these more focused points and
Yes.
traveling down these. So I think this is the future of what we do.
Yeah, yeah. It needs to
Five
be the backbone of
birthday
the episodes.
revelation.
Yeah.
And
Well,
also,
hopefully-
we need to get the streaming up as well. We need to get the gameplay.
Borderlands.
Tiny
Yes.
Tina's, Pete. Tiny Tina's, I think is a good place.
It's a
to
one
start.
shot. It's one shot. It's D&D and Borderlands wrapped in one.
I'm all over that
and-
shit like a fat kid on a smartie, man.
Oh, and Pete, it's PS Plus this month, so download it.
Okay.
And it's all for
Yeah, I've got
free.
it
And then
downloaded,
we just hit it, and then we've
Stream
got
that
the
shit.
stream as well.
Yeah, cool. All right. Thank you for listening. If you've been with us for the whole 5 years, you're as crazy as we are. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Yeah.
And
we're
hopefully,
sorry.
hopefully we'll be around in another 5 years.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah,
Sure we
we'll
will.
be there. Wrinkly and
Thanks.
grayer.
See you guys.
Bye.
Good night. Good day.
Bye.
Good evening. Good morning.